disappointment. Now the vice president often tell me, since he got a seat as vice president, how many persons have I recommended in this government to serve in the government as presidential appointee? 0. Every appointment in Nima County was done by him. He and I would discuss something as a brother. To implement it, you will bypass me and do different things. I better keep it. I don't talk on it.
Now you need to deceive us. The thing we saw, it frustrates us. So why can't you lie? Why can't you steal? Why can't you allow the citizens to be? You see, we just tell you that's why we voted you. But you fool us, you screw us, you use us and later on abuse us. So why? The government should lie. Why? But that's the question that we ask.
The good person in our whole United Party, that President Bwaka. You want to say that again? The only person that appreciate good among all the United Party for the President Bwaka. The rest are ungrateful. The right, they use you and dumb you. But President Bwaka, if all of them were taking the President Bwaka and behaving the President Bwaka, United Party will have another chance in 2029. Just for now, they do not regard people that help them.
Of our soldiers were executed on this party ground. 2 at the back and 1 right at the headquarters. The man who shot and killed our people today is a darling boy in the Liberian National Police. They brought him back to shoot more guns. Get ready to shoot. Because we challenge the status quo appropriately.
Inform that the violence or still any student because of their action, it will be the day the entire Bwaka administration will cut down. We will massively violate the students in this country and will shut down the Bwaka administration. The day that happens, we have the capability to do so. And if they think this renovation project is a joke, let them try it. The fall of the Bwaka administration begins with this. If they think they will tumble on any student in this country or at the university like Liberia and water in infinity, while our children saving opponents and lottery in the Western world, while we are subjected to agile power and bad learning conditions here, and the thing will say.
In the first 100 days, no car will get stuck on the major road in this country. And I mean it.
You say it out loud?
It's going down. First floor. There you have it.
That led to decades of war still run deep. But so too does the longing for reconciliation. A reconciliation defined not by political bargaining or by an artificial balance of power by tribe, region, religion, or ethnicity, but by the equality of opportunity and a better future for all Liberians.
Bwaka can lie, the government, all the ministers in the government, they can lie. They don't put all hustler, they put a hustler, they lie. Everything they say, they never say the truth.
Today, the supporters of His Excellency Joseph Bwaka presents him as a poor man from Lofa, and I said that he will understand the plight of the poor people. Fellow Liberians, do not be fooled. First President Bwaka is not poor like you, not even as me. As Vice President, his office received more money from the government budget than any other Vice President has received in Liberia's history. He has enjoyed some of the best and most lucrative government jobs.
First of all, there's this, what I call sort of vicious lie about the fact that Mr. Pewee is gay or bring gay lifestyle to Liberia. It's complete bullshit. When people can accuse you of stealing people's money, when they can accuse you of being involved in the war, anything, people don't make up stuff. They don't make up shit. Excuse my language, right? So it's complete nonsense. I'm married, 8 Teresa, 2 children, 5 grandchildren. I believe in traditional family values, so it's complete bullshit, complete nonsense.
Young man, vice president, young man that are vice president, the major stole 500,000. I mean, Jamaica, the major went to, I forget that Jamaica, the majors went to Ghana, the fit, and they may bring it all company in the country. I mean, Kun, they can't reach yourself. Kun, man, you know, Kun, but I want to sophisticated, quiet, hardcore rule in Liberia. But Liberia,
when 2029 come and pass, then you finally leave. Mission is completed. Now, what the rules of engagement? When the war ended, the guy said, the captain, the commander said, mission complete. There wounded outwards, all men on board.
Everywhere there is no school, I will put school. And everywhere there is school and school in bad condition, I will renovate it. I told them, towns and villages, everywhere you will have lights in a town for children to play and people to see. I told them, every town will have safe drinking water.
If Charles Taylor is the problem, he will be out of here in the twinkle of an eye. And I say, let well-meaning Liberians come home. If we respect this constitution, a government formed in Accra is a violation of Article 1 of the Constitution. Let them come home. Let that government be formed in Monrovia.
The government that capital rule, small, then rule, B rule, all kinds of stuff. I think the reason Joseph Boakai will not do much because the old man, the papa is suffering. The papa loves the country, but he can't make it. The criminal there around him, they sophisticated than him. They are sophisticated criminals, so they can't make it.
Your league Costa, God know how to pay people. It's just simple. Costa that accused everybody here but himself. Everybody, we join, we kill Joe, he killed Joseph Boakai. Boakai still living. Joe, when I go, no, you leave my brother. He made me senator. He almost made Joseph Boakai president until he screwed up. We gave God the glory. Yeah. Well, Boakai, when he screwed, he said, oh, we don't want to make sure we will fought for him to be reconciled with the president. And then the people who fought for him. Look, yearly Costa, you will come. And Costa, on a podcast, he said, they don't been calling me. Okay. The time you were calling me for me to carry the president, Boakai, did I put it on radio? That immaturity to do what he talking about.
And I guarantee you, when we finish, there will not be a winner or the loser. Today, we all wear the jersey of Liberia, and the victory belongs to the people, to the peace, and to our democracy. As we begin to build upon the foundation of this new Liberia, I, George Seleke Kromah, the new president, will first give thanks and praises to the Almighty God for the blessing He has bestowed upon our country. And I say, my people, thank you,
When you elect on 85 irresponsible men, what happened to the country? We elect on 85 irresponsible men to govern this country, not to be very irresponsible.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome. Today is Monday, the 16th day of the month of March. We are over the midweek hump or mid-month. We are now in the last 2 weeks of the month of March. April is right around the corner. And trust me, I am not going to fool you. April is April. There's no April Fool here. But welcome, ladies and gentlemen. Share the show. Today is going to be Very, very interesting as always, but today is special because we should have a special guest, Councillor Yakula Kopo is going to be our guest. That's what I was told last week from our producers in the studio, that she was going to be here, and I trust she will be. But besides that, we have a lot to discuss. There's a lot going on in our country, the nation of Liberia. When President Boakai applied for this job, I don't think he had envisioned that it was going to be this tough. Not only is the economic situation in dire strait, but that we have some domestic issues that have spilled over into international issues, such as our border dispute between the Republic of Liberia and Guinea. This is very unusual. To have another modern country, not colonial times, but 2026, for another sovereign country to march into another sovereign territory and dispossess equipment and possibly land. Never been heard of. We heard of these things during the foundings of the Republic. Today, Liberians have had enough, especially at the border in Lofa County. You have to give it up to those folks in the Foya area, our Kisi brothers and sisters that were staring down guns but stood their ground because the land of liberty was being encroached upon. There is no other form of patriotism greater than someone standing to give his or her life for her or his nation. In the absence of border patrol officers, in the absence of the military, in the absence of the DEA, in the absence of Liberian authority, these young men and women held the ground. They provided protection for our territorial integrity. We have to salute our folks in Lofa County, Foya in particular. On the domestic front, we are looking at gas, the price of gasoline has gone some places beyond $900. Despite the fact that the administration of President Joseph Boakai, through the Information Ministry and LPRC, assured us that we have ample supply of fuel. We have enough reserve. That means the prices that just went up on the international level should not affect us because we have had enough reserve that was purchased prior to the war. In Monrovia as well, my friend and brother, my bastard brother and mentor, Samuel Jackson, is in trouble. But let me make it clear here, this platform believes in the due process of law. No one on this platform is saying that Sam Jackson has done anything wrong. He has not been adjudicated. He has not been found guilty of anything. In fact, the process just began. But I would say to my brother Sam Jackson, as old as you are, the best way to stay out of trouble is to remove yourself from the situation. I am disappointed that a man of his caliber, I understand we are all human beings, or somewhere I read that age should come with wisdom. I am disappointed. My bastard brother, Sam Jackson, we are bastard people. We are lovers. I hate when educated folks and smart folks try to play with words. When a man who's supposed to know better says, you know, I am a regular person, and in every relationship, there are extremes. We fall in love, extremely, and then we get the opposite of love is either hate or whatever. We talked about our culture, who we are as a people. You have heard the debate here that our culture needs modification. If you were born in one village where your wife is a commodity, if you were born in a culture where women can be abused, where a wife can be beaten, you will bring that same culture into your church, into your mosque, into your religion, into society, and everywhere else you are. If in the village in Grand Bassa County and River says where your parents were born, I have not heard or seen that in a long, long time. I am not saying you are guilty of anything, Sam Jackson. I am appalled that a man of your caliber, of your stature, will be caught up in anything, most likely, or I would say less likely, domestic violence. So we are talking about culture. We are talking about class. We are talking about affluence. We are talking about fame. So this is a Greek tragedy. I would not say Greek anymore. I would say this is a Bassa tragedy. This is a Bassa tragedy. I don't want to lie on the Greek. Let me work out. Sylvester Pewee, welcome to the show.
Yeah, thank you.
Those of us that have read a lot of these Greek mythology and tragedies, we say Greek tragedy, but we're not in Greece anymore, we're in Grand Bassa. This is a tragedy between the two of the biggest tribes in the republic, in the nation, on the continent, the Bassa people versus the Zulus. Now we are talking about the Zulu queen and one of the best brains of the Bassas. It is a tragedy. On the home front, Joseph Walker heads to Conakry for a high-stakes summit on Liberia-Guinea border crisis. There are times we do not want to retrogress, but history tells us that the foundings of our country, we had issues with our territorial integrity. We lost lands to the Ivory Coast, to Sierra Leone, to Guinea. After 204 years, we're talking from 1822. This is 204 years. We are right back where we began. We are now talking about encroachment of our property, of our land, of our territory. The more things change, the more they remain the same. History is a teacher. What have we learned or what haven't we learned? Waka is now headed to Guinea, Conakry. And by going to Conakry, we got a letter here from the political leader of the CMC who condemned Joseph Walker for even attempting to go to Guinea at the behest of the perpetrator of this crime, Doumbouya. He thinks that was a terrible move. Why not a neutral country? Why would a man who has perpetrated this crime on our people be the chair of a meeting to adjudicate his crime? We will delve into that. On the national front, jury selection begins in economic sabotage trial of ex-finance minister Samuel Toye. We are hearing from one of the perpetrators of heinous crime in Liberia, General Button Naked, said war is inevitable. says ex-rebel commander General Budnicki amid Liberia Guinea border tension. We say here that Gregory Kromah has declared Sam Jackson a suspect in his wife's murder. Upon that, Sam Jackson turned himself in. The next step was that Sam Jackson's property has been quarantined. Right after that, this afternoon, before we got to press time, Gregory Kromah and the Republic of Liberia had written Sam Jackson informing him that there was to be an autopsy. And the Jackson team fired back and said, why so fast? Why give us a notice 2 hours before the autopsy? Usually these things are done in advance where all parties will be fully represented. And the letter questioned why an autopsy. An autopsy happens when there's a death in question. What did the death certificate say? There were no death certificate announcing the death of Mrs. Jackson. Cause of death. These are our talking points. We are going to be discussing these in details. And then later on, we're going to have our guest, if she's available, attorney Yakula is going to be here based on what I was told last week by our office in Monrovia. Honorable Pewee, welcome. Don't go hiding behind the camera. We're gonna use your mouth to chew some of these hot peppers. Welcome, Chief.
Thank you, Mr. Gayman. Good to be here this evening. A lot of things unfolding, but listen to you talked about your bastard brother, but I don't think he's guilty yet. He's not guilty of any wrongdoing.
No.
So there should not be the way people would say, "Oh, the kind of culture you bring, the Zulu or this and that." I don't think he's even for this to happen. It's possible sometimes people get involved into this kind of a thing, but I will think there should be some what we call a very independent and balanced investigation into these things, and it's quite unfortunate. The country Liberia, we very peculiar set of people, and the nature of our gullibility is that once such a situation unfolds in certain cases, we'll run to a conclusion before even going to begin the investigation. Sometimes the sentiments, and most of our institutions in Liberia, they're not deep rooted into integrity or into taking their own balanced decisions. And I'm sure I'm definitely digging in that even the Liberian National Police was active because there were pressure on the police from out of the South African embassy or out of situation, other things. To first and foremost get into those things, you have to build your own. And you said right at the end of the conclusion of your monologue not too long ago, you stated if there was cause of death from the hospital, and these are things that sometimes the hospital try to move to Fofana because she didn't die at his home. The information is that I think she was even there was some attempt by Dr. Our only how to call it neurosurgeon we have in Liberia. They have taken her to the theater in JFK. She was taken to Cali and then moved over to JFK, and she was taken in the theater for some procedure. And after the procedure, and after some hours, and she was now pronounced dead. We didn't get that information first and foremost. Or I don't know if the police got that, or if Mr. Jackson has there's how they cut what I want the news. Less in line of to be informed about anything that should have voted or happened to his wife, he should have been informed immediately. I don't know if that information reached him. But having said that, I think it is incumbent upon the police to begin to initiate thorough investigations into these matters. They shouldn't be sentimental. It shouldn't be via pressure, if you will. And the police will have to be a little mindful. And I will predict here, if the police is not mindful, we'll have the same case with the former Chief Justice, the now chair of the Nagbe, Councillor Jerome Scott. What unfolded about the former senator case is exactly what I stated at the time when this thing unfolded. And I stated that the police way of conducting this investigation, first and foremost, no one actually, they think the whole thing happened one night. They alleged that there was someone that broke through. The police said there was no indication of such, meaning someone in the house did it. And how do you come with the determination that someone murdered someone in the house and there's no other major prima facie to prove, but you came with murder? How did you come along with that? So these are things basically that we ought to take our own time. Because I felt that the charge murder, that means you need to have intent to do something. What was the intent? What was that evidence? How would the prosecution push those kind of evidence to the court so as to win said case? It's such that the sentiments was too high and the society is gullible, so the judges or whosoever that was sitting, if they were a juror, they may have also went along and just came down with a decision saying guilty. And I knew that if that were to go in front a balanced bench of the Supreme Court, they would have what terms a decision, and exactly what I predicted at the time. And I said this from the get-go. I said if the lower court going to be sentimental, and sometimes the room go, if there will be anything, I will predict that these people will eventually, the same situation unfolded with Hans Wooden and Maria Peku at the time, relative to injured Topa. Now listen, these victims are actually harmed by someone, but the way we go about our investigation, weak, and that's one of the reasons why we will even eventually go more deeper. We need to start building institutions, and the institution should be a representation of this country, and that's it. It should not be on the basis of knee-jerk approaches that will sometimes come to harm the interests of the country. And I believe it is about time that we foster those kind of genuine capabilities that we have and deploy them where necessary. Like we do have we're trying to build an army today. Every government that will come, they will neglect building army. But most of those knuckleheads sit in there, corrupt the money or those monies of the country and put it somewhere else. But you have an army that you don't want to build to put the capacity that no one will sit sometimes they believe that they can come and do this. It's where we headed now. We had this president last month saying that we will put money to build, to at least bring us 600 men every year. Up to now, there's dime in the budget for that. And today, other people trying to use show of force or showcasing military prowess, or you in the need of putting some men around out of thing. No, I think we need to put some prioritize some serious things moving forward in the country, Mr. Gayman. Other than that, we're going to be in the same roundabout cycle for a very long time. When we know it is not a good thing to do. We find ourselves in a very tight and complicated zone because we create the room for those things to unfold. You can't see if we have serious legislature. They will never think talk about, oh man, what will do army? How do always say the nonsense they will sit and say, oh, what would you know? There's no, you need those things also as a show of strength in terms of any nonsense, anything. So the army will have the room and the capabilities and all of the material things we need, both lethal and non-lethal, to prepare them to protect the territorial integrity of the Republic of Liberia. With 5-something, almost 6 million people against people that are 15 plus million, doesn't matter. The fact, if you were to push and have a very sizable an efficient, well-equipped military, pump money. If we're even saying every budget period, we'll put around $20 million for the military. Every budget period, we'll fund that money. Security is very paramount. Every budget period, put $20 million, get some tactical jeep, get some things, get things going to train men. We need to now to push the army strength to at least that amount of people, at least 6 to 7 to 7,000 trained men and women, well disciplined and regimented. If we were to do that, but every time we go sit down, it's sickening to always listen to this kind of a thing. And it's very necessary in diplomacy. And sometimes people deploy the Guineans trying to now deploy the gunboat diplomacy against us. They're trying to deploy the gunboat diplomacy. In other words, show the kind of strength and force or to quadruplate in their line of direction. That's the kind of a tendency they're trying to do here. But again, it is obvious that, let me just say something. I'm one person that have studied, and I participated in the DDRR program. I didn't fight war in Liberia, but I affiliated, I was in the system on the ground throughout the crisis. So I knew what we call tactical maneuvering in terms of the way those guys operated. And I can tell anybody, we disarmed close to 90,000+ ex-combatants. Most of those are still there very well in Liberia, were reintegrated and got training in different areas, but we disarmed close to those. So nobody will sit, and I can say this, I can do a fair analysis on this, and I will tell them about this. Nobody will sit and believe that Liberia can be, one will come from across there and all run Liberia and anything. Nobody should ever imagine that. Nobody should countenance that. I can say that. That will be serious other result. And the counter forces that will get back will bring down any powerful military thing you have. And I always want to tell people, Henry Kissinger says a lot of things about guerrilla warfare tactics and conventional warfare. The conventional things you have to be very mindful. If you want to get involved into, we've got the conventional training to got well-regimented force that will be in front of it. Trust me, I don't think Dumia will ever think somehow of how to call it, get intoxicated to go do anything or such. But again, after this whole thing, I will give back to you, Mr. Gayman. After this whole meeting, I will hope that the Liberian government, from both angles, or all of the side, both the legislature and that of the executive, will now sit with the defense authority to put more money into our Liberian National Police and that of the AFL. Particularly the AFL, get more materials for them, train, as you said, maybe 600, push that to 1,000 a year. Push that to 1,000 between now and this, you can get 3,000 men from now to 2029. That will further enhance the capacity of our men, and then you now seek towards incentivizing them and do the rest with the military and the rest of our reserve. Those that were demobilized are reserve. We can mobilize them during the time. The nomenclature will be militias, and that is in the constitutional power of the president. So I just thought, but the St. Johnson thing will go to it later on, but we want us to engage it with some level of care and some level of all the kind of tactics we require for now.
Excellent. Ladies and gentlemen, this is why we did our disclaimer. Comments made here are our own. Does not necessarily represent the views of the management of this platform. That's why they are called panelists. And guess, while we are talking about that, our guest this evening will be Honorable Alfred J. Johnson. Yes, from what I just got, this is just sent to me. He's lieutenant with the Prince George's County Police Department in Maryland, USA. He's our special guest today. Rightfully so, because we're going to be talking about forensics. We are going to be talking about autopsy. We're going to be talking about crime scene. So the lieutenant will be able to give us some rundown. In the meantime, there's breaking news they just sent to me There are Liberians that are stranded in Cambodia. This is your area, Honorable Pewee. We got a letter here. It says, we respectfully write to seek the urgent intervention of the embassy regarding our current distressing situation. We are Liberian nationals who were recruited by a Chinese company on the pretense of legitimate employment in Vietnam. Upon our arrival at the airport in Vietnam, our phones and luggages were confiscated. We were then blindfolded and transported illegally across the border into Cambodia. For over a year now, we are held against our will, confined and coerced into engaging in illegal activities that we neither agree to nor intend to participate in. Fortunately, the Cambodian authority conducted a raid on the illegal operation site, which led to our release. Since our rescue, we have been left homeless and stranded in Cambodia. We currently hold no money, have no money, no mobile phone, or a full cause of returning to Liberia. We approached the IOM office for assistance and presented our complaints. However, we were advised to contact our embassy for further support. Nationals from other countries who were in similar circumstances have since received assistance from their respective embassies and have returned home. Unfortunately, we as Liberians remain stranded and vulnerable. We therefore humbly appeal to the Embassy of the Republic of Liberia to urgently intervene in our situation and assist us with the necessary documentation, immigration arrangements, and repatriation back to Liberia. We are in desperate need of your support and protection as citizens of Liberia. Sincerely yours, I hope for your swift response and assistance. Thank you for your understanding and consideration. Yours faithfully, Liberian citizens stranded in Cambodia. So here we are, Honorable Pewee. In cases where Liberian citizens are trafficked, this is what I want to call this. People trying to find greener pastures somewhere else were recruited, according to them, by a legitimate or semi-legitimate company in Liberia. It's been a year. They are in limbo. Their lives are in danger. How does this work?
Generally, no Liberian or group of Liberians stopped from exercising what they will call wanting to leave the country. They are liberty and freedom of movement as per the Constitution of the Republic, but in the form that it is a group recruited them, and these are all either they are not underage. If they were kids, then you would say these are child trafficking, if you will. Then it would have been a serious thing. How did the government now capture this, getting children out of the country, particularly if they left the country via our international child route or any of the international child route of any child dossier, if you will. So, but first and foremost, if these are all adults, if you will, it's unfortunate that one will have tricked them into moving over to Cambodia, where it's deep in Asia there, where they will move and now be subjected to some inhumane treatment and debasing them to some very disdained level of treatment, if you will. So it's quite unfortunate that this will happen. And again, we have to first and foremost review what of the term if those that recruited them, are they also other Liberians that were just getting them to move through the system, or what was they done to institutional arrangement in terms of the institutions abroad seeking some partnership with the government or recruited by government. No, so I would generally surmise that that was done in isolation with government authority. And these are either, as I said, they are liberty to leave the country and return to the country at will. So we can't hold the government responsible for this. But what we would say here is that government will always, and that's where everywhere, every civilized government will do, Mr. Gayman, and yet the U.S. government will go, and that's why they will call on citizens of the United States to see the State Department trial as advisory. And where they will indicate if you want to move in this place, this is how you should do, this you do, this you do. But there are certain countries that will put, and then if you want to go, you still got the liberty to go, but they will advise you to not go. And so, but what now the Liberian government can do? Now that it have happened, the government will, and every civilized government should do this, will seek the interests of its people, if you will. So the government should now step in at this critical junction to help and create and provide some level of a hope for these hopeless Liberians that are stranded in Asia. They're far away, very far away from home. So part of what we will do, the government will first and foremost, that letter, I didn't get it deeper. How you read it, but I don't know if their travel document expired, because if they just left from Liberia, meaning they should still have some.
The letter says that when they got to Vietnam, their passports, the travel document, their legal document were all confiscated, and they were blindfolded and taken to
Cambodia.
A site. Cambodia, to a work site, and the Cambodian government raided the site, rescued them. In the process, they have nothing. They have no identity. They have no paper. They have nothing.
That is quite unfortunate. So what the Liberian government can do in this instance? So that alone, if that was the case, then that is tantamount to trafficking, human trafficking.
Yeah.
That is tantamount to human trafficking. It's a violation of the law. So what they can do for us is that first of all, the Liberian government can intervene immediately. Can do something, and that they can expedite it. There can be something expeditiously done by the Liberian government by engaging the Cambodian counterpart. We do have a diplomatic relation with Cambodia, but we don't have an active mission there. So I think the ambassador in China got current oversight responsibility in Cambodia, if you will. So the ambassador there can engage. The ambassador Thomas is the ambassador. So the Liberian government, through the foreign ministry and that of the embassy in China, will engage the Cambodian authority and act seeking to, because we do have a relationship with Cambodia, but then the ambassador can do that by asking them to give some latitude to our citizens that move in. They were trafficked into that country by some unscrupulous elements. So what they can do, then the Liberian government can provide through the Beijing mission a laissez-passer, and that laissez-passer can allow those stranded Liberians to be repatriated back home. And so that's the immediate option in terms of intervention the Liberian government can do. But for now, I want to believe the Cambodian government will provide some level of temporary shelter for them and feeding for them in the meantime while they are with their government to have them repatriated. But it will need some travel document. But those kind of a travel document would be a laissez-passer that can allow them. Or if not laissez-passer, then they will have to, with the arrangement with the Chinese government also, they can pull them over to China and process their travel document in Beijing, and then wait, and then when the travel document arrives, then they will put on the plane straight to Liberia. So these are the options we have in terms of structuring that. They will either be stationed in Cambodia, and then or put on a train for Cambodia to, or on a flight for Cambodia to Beijing, China, and then we process, because we do have an active mission in Beijing. But if not, then we can do a laissez-passer. That laissez-passer will be given to them in Cambodia, then to put them on the flight, and you can arrange with the flight on that. These people are going back home. They will allow them to travel via laissez-passer, so they will give the laissez-passer up, and then they will use that travel instrument to come back home. Then the government will now begin the process of investigating. And I think this is very serious. The government will now conduct some level of more deeper investigation into this to find out who are those that hired them to Cambodia. So we take the trend from there. Those that were involved can be arrested and prosecuted. But again, it's unfortunate that often at times we don't deeply get involved into these things, and then we see the people we ought to punish, so it will serve as a deterrent. We don't do that. We just those kind of a way of doing things. Oh, Liberian thing, I forget it. It will persist, and in some cases, people will die. And you see, and that's the kind of a level. So those group of Liberians, it's good that they are saved now by the Cambodian government. Trust me, they will be okay. But the Liberian government will have to now intervene and get them some things done. If through the foreign ministry there should be some fund made available to them and sent to them. But again, our country, we're so laissez-faire by our citizens, and to the extent that we don't seek their interests. And again, moving forward, I think the Ministry of Foreign Affairs need to have a trial advisory very actively put out time to time. They can communicate. Now, the fact that we don't have an effective website at most of our government institutions, those trial advisory can normally, and I think the Assistant Minister for Public Affairs at the Foreign Ministry, the Assistant Minister of Foreign Affairs at the Foreign Ministry will ought to be very proactive in these things, this time, particularly also the Office of the Minister. There can be some routine publication of trial advisory to Liberians, giving the information that don't allow anyone coming to recruit you in the new or going to work with company. If that is the case, report said person or institution to the foreign ministry, and the foreign ministry will contact their mission. Now, if the mission is not active in that country, there will be concurrent responsibility. The ambassador nearby will also find out the legitimacy of said institutions. If you did that, if we were to be, expand that level of public diplomacy with our citizenry, trust me, we will have stop some potential problem, even allowing those that are really bent on going. Listen, Liberians are desperate to leave the country because there are no much opportunity back home in the country. Liberians are more desperate. So in terms of being super desperate to leave, folks will do anything. So if there's government announcement in terms of trial advisory, don't do this, don't go here, don't go. If you want to go here, don't just let anyone tell you do this, do this. Get information from this, call the hotline. And then routinely, there's publication from the Public Affairs Department of the Foreign Ministry. But that's not, it don't seem to be the case here. The Public Affairs Bureau, I don't know if it's heavily supported to do her job, but the Bureau is very inactive in terms of regular updates from the ministry, and particularly in advisory. When I was sat at the ministry at the time, at the Bureau, we routinely inform people about this. When the Algerian situation happened, I did it my business to announce to folks, don't allow yourself to be pulled into traveling outside of Liberia in the need of getting a job, particularly when the Dubai situation started. Folks will go to Dubai to get stranded. Some people will go to Dubai to pay $100 a month. Why do you leave from Liberia and go to Dubai and get paid $100 a month?
Yeah.
That's why you have some 10-20% in one tiny apartment, right? I mean, in the need of leaving from Liberia to go. So we advise them. But if you went against all of the attempt for the government to tell you this is the advisory, go by this, then you cannot hold the government responsible for anything. But in the event of unfortunate situation, the government will still have to come to your rescue, because that's the intent of the president was elected, the government was elected to protect the Liberian citizens by all accounts, even if they did not listen to you in some cases. But if you are to violate the law of that country, nothing the government can do. But I think we need to make appropriate use of the trial advisory. That's what the U.S. government would do. If I went on my computer just now, I just typed to the State Department, I'm looking at country that should now they're serious. Now, you see, the entire Middle East is in red.
Yeah.
U.S. citizens are advised to not travel there. To not. Do it again, they were doing the to not. You see, so these are the kind of alliance. So, but again, I wish all of them well, but the fact that they have been rescued by the Cambodian government. So basically, that human trafficking, the guys are on. If they will blindfold you to go to or come to work, I mean, they're just going to torture you guys there. And so now you work their whole month, probably the poor making around maybe $20, $50 a month.
Yep, that's the tragedy of thinking that the grass on the other side of the fence is green, or greener than the one you have at home. And when you get there, you find out that there's no grass at all. So our friends, when I was in Liberia, a young lady, I listened to a couple of young ladies who were in similar situation, but it's very common for the women. This is the first time that I've heard a group of young men were promised job overseas and they follow. And this time it was not an ordinary person, with a Chinese company. But like we always say, do your due diligence. Find out what is this company about, who's the leader of these companies, and see what the track records are. You can't just get up and go because you want a job. So here we are. Let's come back to our domestic issues. Myean, when our guest shows up, let us know. Let's go back to the land issue here. We want to go back to the Genesis, the beginning, and then we'll go from there. It says President Joseph Yuma Boakai is expected to travel to Conakry, which he did today, on Monday, March the 16th, for a high-level summit with Mamadi Doumbouya and Julius Maada Bio as regional leaders move to address escalating tensions along the Liberian-Guinea border in Lofa County. The tripartite meeting comes amid growing concerns over recent confrontations in the Salumba area of Foya district, where residents and local authorities.
Sorry, Mr. Gayman, maybe Myean, I just sent you a picture to post. I saw some picture. We'll talk about it, but go ahead. So therefore, you go ahead, please.
The tripartite meeting comes and growing concern over recent confrontation in the Sambula area of district, the Foya district, where residents and local authorities reported tension between Guinean soldiers and Liberian citizens near the border. The local sources have since reported that the dispute intensified after Guinea troops allegedly crossed into the territory, claiming Liberia near Sambola, a border community in Lofa County. During the confrontation, gunfire was heard. And then last night, the president of the Republic of Guinea was seen mobilizing his forces and giving the Guinean flag a turnover ceremony, which military experts say is a sign of mobilization and everything else that follows mobilization, which is deployment. So the president of the Republic of Guinea, why calling for a meeting, or why accepting to meet with his counterparts, made it clear that the Republic of Guinea and its authority will never give an inch of Guinea territory to anyone. That is the message from Honorable Doumbouya. And while we were looking at that, the political leader of the CMC, Musa Bility, warned against planning for Liberia Sierra Leone to hold border talks in Guinea. Let's look at his logic. Say Representative Musa Hassan Bility, a prominent Liberian lawmaker and political leader of the CMC, has sharply criticized the decision by Liberia and Sierra Leone to travel to Guinea for discussion aimed at addressing rising border tension involving 3 neighboring countries. In a strongly worded statement released on social media, amid growing concerns over incidents along the shared border, Bility argued that holding a meeting in Guinea undermines Liberia's national posture and risks sending the wrong diplomatic signal at a time when territorial integrity must be firmly defined and defended by the Republic of Liberia. To him, it's a question of principle and national posture. According to Bility, the decision for Liberian Seleke to attend a meeting hosted by Guinea is fundamentally flawed because Guinea is at the center of the allegation of border aggression. In situations where one country is the aggressor in a border dispute, it is not appropriate for the affected countries to go to the same country to negotiate under the roof and on its terms, Bility said. Calls for neutral ground. The lawmaker argued that the seriousness of the border dispute demands a more balanced and credible framework for dialogue. He suggested that the decision and the discussion should instead have been held in a neutral country where in the region, naming Ivory Coast, Ghana, Nigeria, as possible venue capable of hosting such negotiations. Beyond the location of the tour, Bility also emphasized the importance of border regional involvement to promote fairness and transparency. In addition, the involvement of other regional leaders or ECOWAS community who have ensured balance, transparency, and confidence in the process, he stated. He believed that such a multilateral approach will have reassured citizens in the affected countries that the government of negotiation from a position of strength rather than under pressure or duress. And he went on to talk about history, but he said we should dialogue without weakness. Despite criticizing the venue for the talk, Bility clarified that he is not against dialogue as a way to resolve the dispute. Instead, he stressed that peace and diplomacy are essential tools for maintaining stability in the region. Let me be clear, I am not advocating conflict. I am not opposed to dialogue, he said. Dialogue is necessary, and peace must always remain our goal. However, he insisted that peace should never come at the expense of national dignity. Your take on Musa Bility's stance on the meeting?
Yes, I think we've been receiving, it's not yet confirmed, information that the meeting may have gone very well. There was some joint communique signed by the 3 countries, and if you will. But I want to a little bit disagree with Mr. Bility. It's not an issue, and we should stop making issue out of these things about. And I know when these things unfold, sometimes everyone want to come out and make comment about it and other things. It's nothing wrong about the 2 countries going to Guinea to seek. This is not about we wanting to be in conflict with this country. With Guinea, rather. The reason why the 2 countries is about diplomacy here. They're trying to handle this diplomatically. No crisis, if you can recall, during the civil crisis in both countries in the 90s and the 2000s, it was also recalled some level of the Guinean government, the Guinean people also felt the pinch of that war. Guinea welcomed thousands of Liberians and Salvadorians, both into their land from across into Guinea. But when the crisis prolonged, and due to the protracted period of the crisis at the time, the Guinean, there was some level of destabilization that crossed also into Guinea, and they felt that line. So if one country is destabilized, the entire region going to be destabilized. And I think these 2 leaders, very level-headed leaders, thought that by going to, and I don't think Guinea was, as he put it, the aggressor. I don't think that level we should use that war for now. We, student of international relations, will be very mindful of not. I don't think that was tantamount to aggression. I think the representative statement is to have it. And again, everyone wants to be making statement in this kind of time, but that statement, it is not the way to go about it. I think the decision for the two countries, the two presidents, was very well on time in terms of what I want to call at the beginning of shuttle diplomacy, if you will. So this is in good fit by the president of the Republic of Liberia. He played the elder statesman role here. So to move in and along with his young brother Marabio to move into, because similar thing happened between Sierra Leone and Guinea before. How can we resolve this problem so that we continue to move our relationship into different areas, trade and other commerce, right? Deeper trade and commerce, partnership in investments, and looking at other opportunities, innovations in all those areas. How can we diversify our relationship in terms of more economic diplomacy, right? Instead of breeding tension at our borders that wouldn't, listen. So if the Liberian government probably did not communicate well, and it makes some sense here that we should have communicated. If Mr. Fada, I don't know if this true Fada is being engaged into same money or other things, it was just prudent that he formed the superintendent. The superintendent would have written to the Minister of Internal Affairs, and the Minister of Internal Affairs will also inform the Foreign Ministry. Then would have done a note verbal. Out of that, like the embassy in Monrovia, at the Guinean embassy, then they will forward communication back to Conakry so that they will understand what is unfolding. But there was some miscommunication here. There was some basic rule of engagement that were not appropriately and diplomatically followed. So I think the president, who himself been around for a very long time, believed that we can move to fix this. I don't think it was wrong to go to Guinea Conakry. Was a very good decision to do, and I anticipate that the outcomes from this meeting will be long-lasting, so that it will again rekindle the very long relationship that has subsisted between our sisterly countries, and that's one of the reasons why we created the MROU. So, listen, the MROU countries should fix their own problem. And that's one of the things that the current president of Liberia is trying to exhibit. He's pushing to be the most senior person here. Hey, this man is trying to show some strength that he can do this. This is not about time showing strength. The strength we can show is to build our local economics, do some other diplomatic intercourses, if you will, so that we have trade and commerce, and then move across that and promote technology in the young people. Because if the borders are quiet, peaceful, we do encourage major economic activity that will be moving across our borders. That is important. I think part of the decision to move in and was just tailored on that, not to see us that we are already enemy as. But that statement that they are the aggressor, I don't think they did anything about doing anything to move in that. That was an absolutely unfortunate situation, I would term it diplomatically. It was absolute and it was unfortunate. They didn't need the acquiescence of the Guinean government before it happened. I don't want to think so in terms of the intent of trying to aggress or out there or to show full strength. I say, if it was the case, the first time the group of unarmed Liberian civilians resisted, we would have seen more tension and it would have been even catastrophic. So I believe sincerely that the way to handle it is through the diplomatic route. And the way to do is to go on the land. It's possible, trust me, there will be a reciprocation visitation from the Guinean president soon across, so we will meet, I would suspect, even in the same foyer area. So I think the president is tapping more or less into diplomacy and the kind of a diplomatic thing. We don't want to reach a quagmire that would be no, that should not be a kind of to have a major diplomatic conundrum before we try to get into it to fix. No, we're going ahead of them and we're fixing it ahead of them. So diplomatically, in terms of that, it was well mannered, it was well structured in terms of the approach, and I hope that we'll be getting the joint communique will be coming up hopefully by tomorrow, and we'll get some understanding as to how those issues unfolded. But with what I saw from the photo or the Conakry, I think it may have gone well, and I think it was the best decision ever to mitigate this amicably instead of trying to also counterpunch the Guinean in terms of showing some level of showmanship here that we will not go here. We have to go to a neutral ground. There's nothing serious to be calling for some neutral ground. This is about neutrality here. going to be a mutual understanding, and that can be the diplomatic approach moving forward.
Okay, well, let me go to an editorial from a government-friendly paper, the Daily Observer. The editorial says, a nation that cannot secure its land cannot secure its borders. This is the editorial from the Liberian Observer, Daily Observer. It reads, the recent border confrontation in Lofa County should not only be viewed as a dispute between Liberia and Guinea, it should also focus on to confront an uncomfortable truth about ourselves. A nation that struggles to secure land ownership within its own borders will eventually struggle to secure the borders themselves. For decades, Liberia's land administration system has remained one of the most dysfunctional areas of governance in the country. Land cases drag through the courts endlessly. Some disputes remain unresolved for generations, even where the Liberian Land Authority takes jurisdiction to adjudicate cases. Enforcement of often weak, delayed, or undermined by political and economic influence. In many parts of the country, land ownership itself has become almost a joke, a matter settled not by a clear documentation, but by power, resistance, and sometimes intimidation. This intentional disorder creates a dangerous vulnerability when the country cannot clearly establish who owns land within its borders. It becomes far more difficult to defend where the borders themselves lie. The vulnerability is now being exposed along Liberia's frontier with Guinea. Reports from Lofa County indicate that Guinea soldiers crossing the Liberian territory removed the Liberian flag and raised their own. Whether the dispute began over sand mining or other border interpretation, the symbolism is unmistakable. Planting a national flag on the contested ground is one of the oldest exceptions of territorial claim in international relations. Yet, this is not the first time Liberia has faced such encroachment. Over the years, Guinea has gradually asserted claim over parts of the border. One of the most consequential examples lies in Nima County, the Nima mountain range. There was a time when the entire range was regarded as Liberian territory. But over time, shifting claims and encroachment have resulted in parts of the mineral-rich region now falling under Guinean territory and control. Ironically, the enormous iron ore and other mineral deposits discovered there have never been fully exploited from the Guinea side. The economic reality is that transporting such resources more than 700 kilometers to the port of Conakry would be prohibitively expensive. The most viable export route has always been through Liberia-Yekepa-Bikana Railway Corridor. As the Liberian saying goes, what is for you will see your face. So Liberia is poised to handsomely benefit from very resources that Guinea now controls due to the long-time encroachment. But this progress should not be an excuse for failure to protect national territory. The deeper the question raised by the current incident is, how much security presence does Liberia actually maintain along these borders? For too long, we have relied on the assumption that neighboring countries will respect our sovereignty simply because diplomatic relations are cordial. But internationally, the international history teaches us otherwise. Borders are not maintained by goodwill and diplomacy alone. They are maintained through administration, viability, and presence of law enforcement. This old wisdom applies not only to private property, but also to nations. Liberia must therefore use the moment to rethink both its borders policy and the land governance issues in the Republic of Liberia. First, the country must strengthen its administrative and security presence along the frontiers. Border constitutes and communities should not feel abandoned when dispute arises. Patrol monitoring system and clearly demarcated boundaries and borders are essential components of national sovereignty. Second, Liberia must finally modernize its land administrative framework, digitizing land records, mapping national boundaries with precision, and creating a transparent public land registry would dramatically reduce the chaos that currently surrounds land ownership in the Republic of Liberia. Such system will not only protect citizens from domestic land disputes and fraudulent claims, it will also strengthen the nation's ability to defend its territorial integrity against external forces. When land governance is weak, land thieves flourish, both foreign and domestic. So, let me welcome Fanta. Welcome to the show.
Thank you. How are you, Mr. Gayman?
I'm doing very well. Thank you very well. How's the fasting going? You got a few more days there.
I know. Yay. We're very close.
Very close.
Yes. Thank God.
We are glad that it's a bump in the way that 12 months out of the year, you get 1 month to kind of put things in order. Yeah. Spiritually and physically, and that's great. Mm-hmm. Today we are talking about some issues in Liberia. Today is going to be a little rough.
Yeah.
I think you just listened to me read the editorial from the government-friendly newspaper, the Daily Observer, that a country that cannot secure its own land within its territory, with own people, how then can you defend a territorial integrity when people selling land 2-3 times to the same people? The land authority has no authority. They themselves are corrupt and crooked. When they're disputed everywhere, then where are the borders? You don't even know where to begin. So I think this editorial is spot on. Hopefully, the government takes it seriously, because the Daily Observer is very, very government friendly. But this one is spot on. Fanta, your take on this one?
Yeah, that is news to me, but that's very interesting to know. I think it's an interesting call out, though, because when you hear time and time again your leaders gamble with their sovereignty, give away their sovereignty, and offer of their sovereignty always on a plate of platter, right? It becomes their only negotiation leverage. It's like, come and rule over me, come and teach me what to do. When I heard Boyka in his visit to the White House say to Trump, we need you to come and survey the minerals under our ground, it was, while most Liberians were fixated on Trump then replying to him with, oh, you speak wonderful English, or whatever the response was, that became a proud moment for Liberia. But I think they needed to pay attention to that critical piece of revelation that he made, offering another leader to come and essentially show you what's under your ground, or tell you what's under your ground. It was very, very telling. And it showed that Boyka and the Liberian leadership are not interested, once again, in ensuring that these land issue, needless to say, border issue, is a priority for Liberia. And so that's why I know a lot of people may not agree with my analysis, and that's absolutely fine. But I think it's absolutely sad for us as a country to think we can assert some type of power to go against a country like Guinea when we don't even have our house in order, when we only have 2,000 active military men going against 23,000 active military, and we have the audacity to always like walk around with this chip on our shoulder, thinking we can do whatever we want and not be held accountable. We fail to realize that just because we have gone scot-free for years, oppressing our own people, year after year, term after term, generation after generation, we can try.
One minute. Guys, please mute while somebody else is talking. I'm hearing a lot of background noise.
We can attempt, right, such brazen move with another sovereign nation who actually has their house in order. By far, I'm not saying Guinea is perfect, but to not focus on our domestic policies, to not focus on getting our house in order, to not focus on providing much needed infrastructure services for our people. Liberians are being put on the street left and right with all of these demolitions, the same land problems, right? You're overnight destabilizing one citizen after the next, and it comes as nothing to you to think that you can pull something similar with another country. And what do you expect them to do? Then the audacity of advancing to the border with military, what do you expect their reaction to be? To sit back and look at your military come and stand at the border, and their military sit in the city, sit in Conakry and like waiting for their nails to dry? I mean, the way the leadership has approached all of this is just very, very sad. It's been very poor on their part, and it's really put Liberia at risk. We should really ask ourselves as Liberians, this is not a time to say, oh, let's be brave and let's be strong and let's pick up machete and go against the Guineans. It's not going to happen. We should turn that energy inwards and really start holding our government responsible, really start holding them accountable to resolve the issues, the land issues within our borders, before we even start like poking our nose like in another country resource. The fact that the company, whether you guys want to admit it or not, the genesis of all of this is because of that Beacon Enterprise dredging sand in the Makona River. That's where all of this came from. It has nothing to do with Guinea. In order for us to chart a progressive path forward, Liberia and Liberians have to stop lying to themselves. Let's take responsibility when we act badly, because currently we are a nation uncouth. Until we can understand that and change course inwards and fix our own problems, there is no way we can stand up to any type of outward provocations or what have you. We need to focus, and we're off right now.
Great. Let me go to Mr. Seat. You want to, Honorable Pewee, you are muted.
I wanted to say something quickly. I don't think this thing that the Liberian government didn't trigger anything. It was just, and I would love for us to, and when we sit here, we have to provide some of the arguments sometimes, not believing what other people want to think or whatsoever. The Liberian government didn't trigger nothing. And I don't think the Liberian people or the government, we are uncouth. No, that is totally order.
That is your opinion, unless you can provide otherwise. That's your opinion.
You try to respect people when they're speaking, please.
Yeah, that's your opinion, but don't sit here and speak for me. I have said my piece. That's your opinion.
The Liberian people are not uncouth.
They are uncouth. That's my opinion.
That statement is totally unacceptable.
It's not unacceptable. We are a nation uncouth.
We are not uncouth people.
We are a nation uncouth.
Fine-minded people will do things out of
no, you don't.
No, we are not uncouth. That statement probably coming from an uncouth person. But let me say this quickly.
Thank you. And you exemplify your uncouthness.
We are not uncouth. How do you
You don't have to I can give my opinion. But the fact that we just did that just demonstrated how uncivilized you are. And it's fine. Liberia is a nation uncouth.
Yeah, thank you. Mr. Seaton, let's look at it.
You don't want me to conclude?
No, go ahead, land.
I'm trying to conclude. The point I was trying to push is that we are not uncouth people. The people of Liberia are very sober-minded and sound people. So some of us, we're very key in listening to what people will say about our society. The country with normal sort of people and very, very much receptive kind of a people with an extraordinary track record of being hospitable. That's the kind of people we are. But the point I'm trying to push here is that countries across the world and things that will happen and what Liberia have done, if history were to go up deep into history, we serve as the sanctuary of peace and reconciliation in Africa. So we cannot be uncouth. But the problem that's unfolding across the border, it didn't just come from, it's the issue that could be discussed via what we call diplomatic note or diplomatic interaction.
Yeah, but Pewee,
yeah.
the editorial says your diplomatic thing that you've been doing for years have never worked. And it says here, and in closing, it says the event unfolding in Lofa County should be a wake-up call. A country that wishes to defend its sovereignty must first put its house in order. And when it comes to land, whether in a village, a county, or along national frontier, clarity, enforcement, and vigilance remain the strongest fence any nation can build. We've been on the diplomacy thing, and you have forgotten about your border. You don't know where your borders are.
The issue is not even the most powerful country like the white refer to Guinea having some strength that is very disorganized, that is using military junta to impose himself on the people, right? That is very undemocratic. Don't man all of their borders. I'm coming to you on that quickly. That is an editorial written by an individual. And do I vehemently disagree with the editorial? In part, I disagree. In area, I agree with the editorial. But the point I'm trying to strike to you here is a collective reflection of happenings in our country. And that does not negate things that have passed to say the country is not organized. No. No country in our region. No country in our region.
We do not prioritize what we should prioritize.
No country in our region.
That's what the collective.
Well, knowing that no country in the region will man those kind of porous area. It's not that the country didn't want to do that. We didn't fix other things. Listen, I will hate the Liberian government on things that we have not done before. But when it comes to those things, we organize. Come on, you want to talk about organization between Liberia and Guinea? The country that is more corrupt than Liberia, more disorganized than Liberia. That the country that
who is more corrupt than Liberia?
The country that don't respect rule of law. So, Mr. Gayman, I agree that we make mistakes in places. But when in the area of, I think, but what we know we need to do now. Just put the Guinean flag on your face and you start saying this thing. Don't
you know what?
Put the Guinean flag on your face.
There's a lot of people from Guinea.
Mr. Gayman, can you take over this show, please? Mr. Gayman, can you take over this show, please?
No, that's the point, and that's what they hate.
I don't want to make this a dialogue.
It's not a dialogue, but I'm speaking. If you want me to sit on the show, 1 minute. If you want me to sit on the show,
let's talk one at a time, guys.
When I'm on the show, when everybody is talking, I remain very quiet. Do you know why I do that? Because I want to allow the person exercise. This is a dialogue. It's not a monologue.
Let's talk one at a time.
There is not monolithic. It's not. It's not monolithic. It's a dialogue. We interact, we twist idea. We're not coming here for anybody to debase the argument. No. We'll force on that and expose the weaknesses in that and the biases in it. We ought to be very well straightforward. And that's part of the issue there is when we structure things. We go along then, and you see the element of the issue of showmanship that will debase themselves, and then they say they will cultural. No, they're not. But Liberian society that have fostered peace for a very long time, and that level of civilization in Liberia, you can see it across the other side. And that's what we're trying to say. We made mistakes, and those mistakes, we can count on our mistakes and move forward. Listen, we can be opposition today when it comes to the issue of nationalism, patriotism. We ought to protect the interests of our country. No deal.
Why you can't talk?
That's the kind of life we want to do. And that's the kind of Liberia we have.
Mr. Gayman, please recognize our guest.
Mr. Gayman, after
we can move out, man. We'll talk it just now.
Listen, Fanda, I'm coming back to you. Let me welcome Mr. Jackson, Mr. Sita. Welcome to the show.
Thank you very much.
But you don't go with me too?
Sita was here before you.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Before him.
Listen,
before you bring, you got to bring your face.
Your crew people, you're left fighting, baby. Show your face. Don't be hiding behind something. Show your face.
I'm doing something that's why, but come here.
Well, thank you very much for giving me the opportunity. I'm happy to be here. Before I proffer my own thought on the issue unfolding at the border, I want to say this. This is a public forum, and I don't think it is expedient for people to come here and denigrate Liberians. While it is true that Liberians have their own internal problems, those internal problems can be amicably solved by Liberians internally. But to come on a public forum and put a blanket denigration on Liberians, I think that is unacceptable. That is wrong. That does not show patriotism. Now, with respect to the situation at the border, we have to understand that Liberia, more than 100 years ago, has similar situation with Guinea and Ivory Coast. Liberia's current border is not what actually is supposed to be. The French, the British, they encroached on Liberia's territory, but because at the time Liberia was a young nation, they now have the army, they now have the resources to defend its border. Those lands were taken away from them. Now the situation at the Guinean and Liberian border, I think what needs to be done here is that it should be done diplomatically. I don't think it should be resolved through violence, because Liberians and Guineans and Sierra Leoneans and Ivorians, we are intertwined and we are interrelated. I don't think it is appropriate for people to start inflaming this situation. We have to be very meticulous on how we deal with it before.
Mr. Jackson, can I push back a little bit before I go to our guest here?
Yeah, go ahead.
Liberia, you say in its infancy, did not have the army to defend its territory. Do we have an army now to defend our territory?
We do not.
Yes.
And the reason, let me just provide a context. We do not. We only have 2,000 men, and the reason is our own army slaughter us. And we all know the story. It is not something that we can litigate here or we can talk about here. It was because of that the armed forces of Liberia was dismantled and reconstituted and rebuilt. Now, in a rebuilding, because of the lack of resources, and I think it was agreed upon that Liberia only maintained a force of 2,000. But again, this is something that the government can look at and increase the force if the government has the resources to do. So again, while it is true that Liberia don't have a strong army, we have people that are protecting this country, and we should also know.
Yeah, but Mr. Jackson, you have not addressed the editorial by the observer.
The editorial is a newspaper opinion.
This is what we are saying. You have not.
Yeah, it is a newspaper.
Yeah,
it is a newspaper.
We are not addressing those. The newspaper says here the things that are more important.
Give me our guess,
one, you have land dispute within your own territory that cannot be resolved. If you don't know where your own land is, you cannot defend the territory. Let me welcome our guest.
Yeah, let you speak. Then I will end.
Good. Let me welcome our guest here. This is Alfred Jai Johnson, law enforcement officer from around the nation's capital there. Prince George's County, you're all the way over there. You need to come to America, move to Florida so you can feel like you are in America. You're over there in our core, it's killing you. Welcome, Mr. Johnson. Welcome to the show.
Thank you. Are you guys getting me clearly?
Yes, I do.
Are you getting me clearly?
You are breaking in and out. Are you on Bluetooth?
Yes, I'm on Bluetooth.
Okay, maybe you need to disconnect and go direct.
Yeah, so Mr. Gayman, with respect to your question on that Liberians cannot protect their own land and there's land dispute all over the country, these problems did not originate from this current administration.
Hold on one minute.
What be talking?
These problems did not originate from this current administration. All right. This problem has been bubbling in Liberia for time immemorial. Succeeding government has not been able to put in place a plan for land rights in Liberia. That is the reason why people are selling people land, people are encroaching on people's properties in the country, because you know why? This issue should have been resolved long ago. But I think the early administration did well to create a
What is
separate
wrong with
authority
you old
of
people?
government.
Why do old people continue to just not speak the truth? Why did y'all not resolve
But
this?
what is the interruption coming from?
People don't have time for all these old people.
This is complete interruption.
Diplomatic sayings. We need
This is complete interruption. Mr.
We
Gayman,
don't need your
can you protect me, please? This lady is really off.
Y'all didn't do well. Y'all failed.
She's really, I don't know. She's unhinged.
Sita, Ria, 1 minute, real quick,
But
okay?
what are you calling, man?
This lady is unhinged.
No, I'm coming, guy. We got the
Give me a control the show, and that's my leave the show.
Yeah, man, this lady is very, very unhinged, very disrespectful.
Pewee, I'm coming.
Yeah.
The group from Cambodia just listen, guys. The group from Cambodia just tune in. Let's bring it on for 5 minutes, and we'll go to our. Honorable Pewee is here. He will be able to help us.
But before, what I want to do quickly, let's allow the guests to do an opening statement, and we can go to them and get it for 5 minutes.
Come on, sit on that.
Can we do that quickly?
Yeah. Are you, Mr. Johnson? Are you okay? Can you hear us?
You muted.
He's having problem with his youth.
Then we can go to them quickly. Then deep 5 minutes, and they
Yeah, I think he needs to get off the stuff and go direct. But let's go to our friends from Cambodia, Liberians stranded in Cambodia. Their spokesperson is here. Chief, welcome to the show. Your name and where you calling from?
Okay. Good evening from my good morning from my end, and good evening in Liberia. I prefer to keep my name neutral for now because for one or two reasons. But I'm glad to be on the show right now.
Go ahead.
Oh, okay. So I contacted a few media outlets in Liberia a few days, including the closing arguments, Spoon Networks, Liberia TV, but unfortunately I was just able to grab one to have me hosted. That was the closing argument, and I appreciate your effort for that. So we are over 100 plus Liberians in Cambodia. I overheard you read our message a few minutes ago. Okay, for my own situation, I was recruited around September of 2025 through a friend of mine who's already in Cambodia. But then other guys was recruited through the same process, but some of them were smuggled through Laos or Vietnam or Thailand and also Myanmar. So here's the case: you are being recruited, for some kind of job like some supermarket stuff, some customer service stuff, and just kind of different projects through some Chinese company. I came through a company called UU in a Chinese spelling. So once like those who arrive through the borders of Vietnam and Laos, they actually pay your air ticket and do you 2 weeks visa. But we did not know that the visa lasts for 2 weeks because they were put on the visa 3 months upon entry. But this visa lasts for just 2 weeks. After 2 weeks, automatically you grab an overstay. And overstay calculation in Cambodia is daily $10 US. Okay, the real situation is we did not know that was the process. What they told us that if you come over with the visit visa, the company is going to process you residency, and you can live and work with that residency for the time of 2 years, 2 years contracts. And after the 2 years contract, the same company will therefore give you an air ticket to your home country. So that was the kind of promise. And the promise, some of the salary was on different scales. Some salary was like 1,500. But actually, I impressing as an IT, I was recruited as an IT for a salary of $5,000. So when I arrived here, I was later on blindfolded for a different purpose. Even the phone I'm using is another phone I managed to get. So upon arrival, they will first take your passport, take your luggage. In fact, all valuables you have on you will be confiscated, and they will use some buses. You'll be boarded, drive to some rivers, taken to a boat, then drive to an island or something where there's no communication or there's no transportation route, no means to escape in some compounds like just how you see in Garguah in the prison that's in the forest. I don't know, Tuzon or something. So you'll be held there. There's no communications. Even the computers you are using in your office, there's no allowance to use Facebook, nor your WhatsApp. All the computers are being tracked. Any form of communication you do from your PC to another source will be tracked. So you are just held against your will and doing some scam activities like targeting the US-based citizens, targeting the European-based citizens, and just different regions through some scam activities like online scam jobs, providing US citizens with online scam jobs, and taking funds from them, and they get the money and pay you. Some people $100, some people get $200 on salary, some people get $300 on salary. Now, some shocking things that done in those camps are, if you don't meet your target, you'll be whipped, you'll be beaten, taken to some place called a dark room for 1 day, 2 days without food. You'll be tortured. You'll be just anything like a prisoner. So recently, Cambodia government decided to go against the scam activities in their country. So they busted over 500 scam hubs in the country, led to the fleeing of so many people, over almost 500,000. And China was able to repatriate half of their people. And currently, Kenya is also doing the same. Uganda is also taking their people away. But then we few Liberians went together and communicated with the embassy in China, because that's the nearest embassy around here. So communicated, but then the only answer we can get from there is we are working on things. Each time you call, either they pick the call or they don't pick the call. And if they do pick the call, they'll tell you we are working on things. We're working on things. And things is getting so rampant here. There was a later post on the Cambodia website day before yesterday that after April 15,
I'm not hearing anything.
Hello?
Mr. Johnson, hold on 1 minute. Mr. Johnson, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Are you hearing me?
Okay.
Are you hearing me?
Yes.
Okay,
Mr.
Johnson,
we'll get it.
Okay, give me 1 minute. We'll be right with you. Okay. Yeah, so young man, what is it you want us to do now?
So I came on this show to help me create an awareness. Maybe the closing argument can help us push our plight to the ministry so that they can help us with some support. Or even if they can buy us air tickets, they can just help us communicate with the Cambodian embassy, requesting the release so that we can, some of us like afford to buy us tickets.
Quickly, let me hold you there quick. I attempted talking to an ambassador Thomas not too long ago. I think he should be sleeping at this time. But did you by any chance contact the embassy in Beijing? Because that's the question.
we did contact the embassy in Beijing, and like I said, they promised to work on things. That was what they said.
Okay, that's what we're gonna do. That's what we're gonna do. We have a guest today. I will place a call. I will be up when he's up from bed. I will place a call to the ambassador from Beijing, Ambassador Thomas. Then I will also try to engage other sources around that. So what we'll do tomorrow, will you have the time? We'll host you tomorrow, so we'll have more time to discuss. Because I need to ask you some questions. When you've been recruited, how it went, So can we do that tomorrow? Where you will come on the show tomorrow, maybe for 1-2 hours. Then we have the discussion. But I will contact them. We'll have more information from the ambassador, and then we can talk to you. That would be okay. But we have a special guest tonight. We don't want to mix that up. Would that be okay?
No problem. I'll be available. I'm always active.
Okay.
Okay, good. So Myean, make sure you keep them, do a flyer for them tomorrow. So we can work through the system with Honorable Pewee and the different embassies in that area.
Okay, all right, I'll do that.
Thank you very much, young man. Thank you very much for bringing your plight. Over 100 Liberians trying in Cambodia. That's some major stuff. We'll deal with it tomorrow and from there on. Honorable Johnson, welcome.
Thank you. Thank you. You getting me?
Yes, we can get you now, clearly.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you for the opportunity to be here. As you read this, my name is Alfred Johnson. I don't know if it's okay that I give my little background.
Sure.
Well, I was born and raised in Liberia, came to the States in 2006. I got my associate in applied science and criminal justice from Northampton Community College 2010. My bachelor's in criminal justice at Westchester University. My master's also in criminal justice from Westchester University. I obtained employment with the Prince George County Police Department in March of 2014. Then returned to school in May of 2016. I got my second master's in public administration and policy from American University. In 2019, I started the promotion process and obtained promotion to the rank of corporal. And in November of 2019, I was transferred to the Regional Investigation Division of my department, where I investigated crimes up to attempted murder. When it became murder, we turned it over to homicide units to investigate it. I also investigated various degrees of assault, investigated other property crimes. In 2022, I applied for the process and I participated in the competitive promotion process, and I obtained the rank of sergeant. And in 2024, I also got involved in the process. I was successful in obtaining the rank of lieutenant. I'm currently a shift commander with a span of control for 30 plus officers. I work with our District 1, our first district there where I work. In terms of further education, I'm currently a PhD student. I'm pursuing my PhD in Homeland Security Administration. So that's just the little background. I graduated from Everett Jonathan Goodrich Memorial High School in Barnesville, Liberia.
I know you. I know where did you originate? Are you a Monrovian? Are you?
You want to say a Bassa man?
No. I'm coming on something. Go ahead.
No. I'm a dribble ball. I'm a dribble ball.
You see here? Those are all that from the southeast. We are very smart.
I'm a dribble ball. I came from Blair. I'm originally from Blair, Sando County.
Those all that from the southeast are very smart.
Victor Nagbe.
Yeah, man.
You see, when I saw the journey there, I knew this man let Tabadu. That's why I went to ask him where he comes from. But let me. I'm coming right to you. Let me welcome the queen here. Let me welcome Sarah Dopoh. Sarah, welcome to the show.
Thank you, Mr. Gayman. A small flower come to me where you just now. I just waiting for the guests to finish talking. Go ahead. Thank you so much. Thank you for the show. I'm coming on. I'm getting ready. I was doing something as well.
Okay. And you too, you let Pepper be. Come on. I'm waiting for you too. I'm sending for you. Mr. Johnson, have you done anything? Have you done anything in the homicide or anything that has to do with
So for our department, something they call I'm gonna believe no matter what, homicide comes in when the person is completely dead. But we know sometimes, as far as actual homicide investigation, no. But I've investigated cases that then turn into homicide and turn over the photo to homicide. So when it comes to the actual homicide investigation, no. But when somebody gets shot and we know the person is going to die, homicide is not going to take over until the person actually dies. So we stay investigated, knowing the person is going to die, we investigate it, develop suspect, develop leads, and then after the person dies, we turn over the case further to homicide, so homicide can continue the investigation or something like that. But when it comes to homicidal investigation, I've not actually done a homicide investigation.
Great. Today you are going to give us some insight as to some of the things that are happening in Liberia. Wherever you feel comfortable, you go. If you're done, we understand because of professionalism. You don't want to cross discipline. But we're going to be discussing things like crime scene. We're going to be discussing the processes that lead to conviction. What should be done? How should it be done? We'll be discussing the process or processes leading up to autopsy. How, when, who, how. All of these things are things that most of us have read about. I got no expertise in it. I'm just like everybody else. I'm a CSI kind of guy. Just read about it and educate myself. I do not have any expertise in that. So we got our panelists here. We got my co-host there is Honorable Pewee. He's our diplomat in residence here, so he does that. We have our former journalist and educator, Mr. Seaton, is also here. We have our business and entrepreneur, Fanta is here. We have our health expert, Sarah Dopoh is here. And then we have our producer from the studio, Myean is here, the man from Nima County. But anyhow, welcome to the show. Is this your first time coming to the show?
No, actually, I was on the show doing the for the Gloria Mususka, the incident at Councilor Gloria Mususka's house. I was on the show for like an hour or so, and I do know Mr. Seaton. I don't know if he remembers me. He Delaware old timer.
My man, what are you talking about? I was just about to say it.
You don't want I Seaton boom, eh?
Wait, so you call him old timer? You not say nothing, Obama. I say old is a problem. Okay.
No, but when we say old timers,
context though. There is context.
It's a context in it. When we say old timers, those are soccer people that play soccer and are not playing soccer anymore actively.
Anything over 40, you old, so don't worry. But Honorable Johnson,
I'm not hearing you guys.
We're hearing you. Can you hear us?
I'm not hearing you guys.
It got to be on your end because we are hearing you.
No, I can't hear you. I can hear you.
Then you got to go and come back again. You want to do that?
Go out and come back in.
You want me to go out and come back in?
Yes. Man, what's going on?
Mr. Gayman, I got somebody to engage, and I just started a master's program in Homeland Security. So he's doing PhD, so I'll refer to him sometime with some issues. So
yeah, but
I'm impressed with my wife.
Where are you?
No, we can communicate via.
No, I mean, where are you? Are you in Maryland?
No, so I'm not far from him. I'm like for security reason, I guess you my location.
Oh no, the reason I'm asking is the reason I'm asking is all you guys in the Baltimore, Maryland, Delaware.
No, we actually in the same region. Maybe I'm an hour away from him, like an hour.
So that's good.
That's but I'm like a stone throw away from Sasita.
Okay. Sit down, watch out now, but I don't hit you. Let me go to let's start a ball rolling here. So when he comes,
I think the ambassadors are calling me. Talk to him. I'll call you back.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll give you some update.
Okay, great. So let's look at what's trending in Liberia. Let's look at the Samuel Jackson case. We've been talking about culture over a long period of time. We bring them into our religions, we bring them into our families, we bring them into our culture, our secret societies. Our culture is everywhere. Domestic violence, we've been talking about this over and over and over. I have never seen a man died in domestic violence. There may be, if you know, I stand to be corrected. This assault on our women, on our girls. I am not saying that we should not afford our brothers and sisters, the due process of law. But it is so evident and clear that violence against women in our culture is prevalent. We have to discuss it. And not once. It looks like we have to discuss it every day if need be. So let me start with Fanta here. Fanta. Hey man, who know that's Sita, cut it.
I don't have any noise in my background. I don't know.
You the one person. I know Sarah don't have any children. You know, we all say you don't know who always have grandchildren. Tons I know you get about 9.
No, I don't have any laws in my background.
Okay.
Let's be honest.
Okay. So, Fanta, let's talk about domestic violence. I know you speak for yourself. I speak for myself. We are not saying that Sam Jackson have done anything wrong. We are not saying he's guilty. We are saying let the law take its course. But from the front pages of the newspaper where he has been declared a person of interest, then right after that, he is arrested as a suspect. That says a lot. Your take on the issue, I know you follow the case. You've been following the situation, Fanta.
Yeah, I know you're on mute because this is a very important topic, and this is not really limited to Sam Jackson. I want to be very clear about that. In fact, it's much bigger than him. This is a global issue. And I think on the heels of International Women's Day, this is one of the tenets that women have been fighting for decades. And that's what I mean when I say we may get these fake holidays to celebrate. Like, what are we celebrating? When women globally are still being exploited, are still being trafficked, are still being violated, are still being abused grossly. Myean, if you're with us, could you share the cover of that article that I wrote? I think it's a very telling image. The other one with the eye. It's a very telling image. Yes, this one, thank you. It's a very telling image because statistics shows that 1 in 3 women, Mr. Gayman, you're talking nearly 1 billion women, according to WHO, have recorded almost 1 billion women just sexually violated, experience domestic violence, and often at the hand of their partner or someone they know. So I don't want to make this a Liberia issue. I don't want to make this a Sam Jackson issue. It's not. This is a piece I've been working on actually for a little bit. I want to call our attention as a society to the gross violation against women all over the world. We should think twice when we gather as women or when we have institutions such as the gender ministry that are supposed to be fostering significant, measurable progress for women. And when you ask them for metrics, what progress have women actually made? What progress have you made as an institution in fostering a safer environment for women, in creating safe homes for women who are looking to leave violent relationship, for the vulnerable in our society? What institutions have you created? All the funding that you receive, what have you done with it to ensure that women feel safer in society? Because this is not a Liberian issue. But because we are in Liberia, these are questions we have to ask ourselves. It's not enough to just have a gender ministry. We have to force ourselves to take a look at the infrastructure of the very gender ministry. Look at the programs that they offer. Look at some of the resources that they offer today to women who are constantly being violated. What type of domestic violence resources do they have? If a woman in Liberia today experiences a punch to the gut, a blow to the eye, a slap to the head, some women experiences shoes being thrown to the face or a baseball bat to the head, can they pick up the phone and call the gender ministry to say, hey, I need an outlet, I need rescue? And will the gender ministry be there to honor that woman on the other line? Can they call the police and say, please come and rescue me? Will the police be able to respond in a timely manner before their partner kills them? The Sam Jackson case, it's one that has taken over the media. But every day, women in Bong County get assaulted and killed by their partners. On the cocoa farm, women in Nimba gets killed in their kitchen. Women in Bapolu gets assaulted. Women in Monrovia gets gang raped. What are we as a society doing about this?
What infrastructure have we established, and are those infrastructures formidable? Because time and time again is proving that it's not. If a woman who had access to a top echelon, what we'll call top echelon lifestyle, experiences this, and that's something most people don't realize. They think, oh, you see what's on Facebook. You see couples on Facebook and you think, this is couples' goals. Take a deeper look at that woman. Take a deeper look at her face. One day she's smiling, the next day her smile is missing. Does anyone ever care to pay attention to that? And then she picks up the phone and call her friends and tell her friends about it. Oh, he did this to me. And they're like, oh, man, but you get house, oh, but you get car, oh, but y'all get money, oh. What about her life?
Excellent.
What about her life?
Excellent, excellent.
What is a life worth?
This is why we have someone here who has investigated beyond the law end of what we are talking about. Let me welcome Mr. Garguah, then we'll go to our guest. Robert Garguah, welcome to the show.
Thank you, Mr. Jerome. Excellent show. It's great to have my friend, Mr. Johnson, here today, and hopefully, I'm sure he has been a great contributor to the conversation, and so I'll let you go, and then my turn, I will go ahead. And they're not my turn now, right?
No. I just want to introduce you because
thank you, Mr. Jerome.
You're Bassa people. You're always in the news.
You're a class act. You won't be in the news for all of the right reasons.
That's
right. We don't want to be in the news for the wrong reason because we're very sophisticated, well-raised people. We don't want drama. We want positive news.
That's correct. And we will plant our flag and defend it. Let's work. I know Sarah, welcome to the show before I go to the guest. You are muted. I can't hear you talking to yourself.
Thank you. Thank you to our guests for coming on, to help us understand a lot of things with regards to, the trending issue right now in Liberia with regards to the Samuel Jackson case. And I also want to say thanks to all of you guys on the panelists and our followers in the comment section. I want to say thank you. We are here and we'll be able to give our little input as to, how we see things going in our country. Thank you so much.
Good to see my dear brother Sylvester Pewee.
Ladies and gentlemen, the reason I'm so pleased today is we are discussing women issue and we got some women on the show. So it's not from a man perspective, and to make even better, we'll be talking from the legal standpoint, from the law enforcement standpoint, strictly not based on what we think and what we feel. So we cannot speak for women, for what they go through, for what women go through on a daily basis. I mean, this is generational, but let me welcome Mr. Johnson. Mr. Johnson, welcome to the show again. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I'm hearing you. Are you getting me?
Good. So I'm going to recommend you to get the commercial for Verizon. Can you hear me now? Yes. Okay.
Yeah, I can hear you now.
Okay, so we're going to make some little money. Now let's talk to us here. We're going to narrow it down to the case in Liberia with the Sam Jackson issue. There are three things that we want to talk about. First, the event that happened. He was called in as a person of interest. Then later on, it was upgraded to suspect. Then with less than 18 hours, he received a letter permission to do autopsy. And his lawyer, they fire back and say, this is not how it is done. You cannot give me a notice within 2 hours of an autopsy. Something is not right. Where is the death certificate? What did the death certificate say? Autopsy is done when there is a dispute or absence of evidence of death, cause of death. All of these things, the lawyer are saying, no, break a little bit here. Let's follow the process. What is the process?
So it's very important that I use my experience here, use my experience here and be able to extrapolate that to Liberia, but with understanding that it's Liberia and this is America. Normally, when we are involved when we respond to a scene. Every death is investigated, whether it's investigated, taken seriously, or is taken less seriously. Every death is investigated. So officers will respond to the scene. Once we get on that scene, we are in control of that person's house. We will check family member, ask the person for the person's medical history, speak with the person's doctor. If it's like a 77, 78, 79-year-old person, 80-year-old person, obviously, you know, the person will have so many medical issues. So that would be easier to investigate. You call the homicide detective, homicide advised. What did the medical examiner say? Or the medical examiner, after we explain the person's medical history and we have a doctor to sign a death certificate, the medical examiner will say, okay, release the body to the family. And then we will wait around. The family will bring ambulance, contact the funeral home. The funeral home will come and take the body before we leave. But if it is a suspicious death situation, some death situation, we have to stay there for the medical examiner to come and take the body. In that case, the body is going to go to Baltimore for autopsy because there is some sort of, not necessarily dispute, but there is some sort of unusual circumstances surrounding this death. Like if a 30-year-old person died of COVID, that body is going to go to Baltimore no matter what, whether it was foul play or not. That body is going to go to Baltimore because that person is too young to die of COVID. If a 50-year-old man dies unusually, if a baby, an infant dies unusually, that baby's body is going to go to Baltimore for autopsy. So autopsy, like you said, is not necessarily, it's dispute, but it's not necessarily just about dispute. It's about understanding to know what's causing what if there is a disease, is there something that we need to study that is killing 30-year-old, that is killing young baby, that is killing a 50-year-old man who shouldn't die of that. That's what autopsy do. Autopsy give you an insight into the cause of death. Now, if it is a criminal situation, the autopsy is not just going to be the only basis for determining cause of death. We will also add other factors. The autopsy will be able to help you, the pathologist or whoever it is, will be able to help you understand what killed the person. If the person experienced some sort of, it was killed by an object or something, what kind of object, and the description of it, the time of death, when the person died, different things that is going to help you understand and be able to put a timeline together. Because one of the things we as investigators do is we want to establish a timeline. What happened over the last 24 hours? What was this person doing? What was the person experiencing when the person took their last breath? What did this person have before they took their last breath? Those are things that we want to know. And the autopsy assists us in establishing our timeline and going forward with our investigation.
Great. Let me welcome Sir Chief Tomalin George.
The birthday man. Happy birthday, sir.
We ain't singing birthday yet. We coming.
Yeah, you see me with my closing argument T-shirt. Nice one. Let's try to get one.
I want to get you for a birthday.
Yeah. That Pewee gave me this morning, so thank you. Okay, well, let me say thank you. It's good to have the Mr. Johnson with us. I think people have followed the show, so we'll go right back to the show because Mr. Johnson we want to really get a lot from him about this investigation as in the Bureau. So, Mr. Johnson, thank you again. Welcome again. Thank you, everybody.
Happy birthday, Tomalin.
Yeah, on behalf of our crew, our brothers and sisters, and our panelists, and our audience, we want to say, I wish I could sing, man, but I can't sing. I want to sing happy birthday to you. But Chief, happy birthday to you, man. We wish you many more to come. Thank you. Okay. Mr. Johnson.
Yes, sir.
We're going to go around the surface here, and everybody will have at least some question to ask. And at some point, we would like to open the line to get some questions if need be. Is that okay with you?
That's fine. That's fine.
Great. Honorable Pewee, we have Mr. Johnson here. Your first question. If you are busy, we can come back to you. I know you are on the line with the ambassador. Okay. So let me go to Robert Garguah. Robert Garguah, you just come in, so you take a first crack at it. Mr. Johnson is here. He's into law enforcement. We want to narrow it to the event of the Samuel Jackson case for now, and then we'll open it up.
Yeah, and before I ask my question, I just want to say, with regard to what Fanta was talking about earlier, domestic violence is something that I think every human being should frown on. It's not something that should be encouraged. It's not something that we should support. It's not something that we should make excuses for. There's absolutely no reason, to put your hands on your spouse. Absolutely no reason. And so, for women and men, even though study shows that women are by large victims of domestic violence, especially in the case of Liberia and other African countries. We want to say that you can get help. You can get help. And I will hope that women's advocacy groups and can work in collaboration with the gender ministry and the LNP to establish a hotline where women who are going through domestic abuses can feel comfortable and feel safe in contacting someone, even if it's not a close friend, to get the help that they need. But Johnson, I have few concerns. We had the spokesman for the Liberia National Police, and we've seen how this case has escalated so fast from us wishing Mr. Jackson sympathy, and in less than 8 hours, in less than 24 hours after that happened, to that transitioning over to what could possibly be a criminal case. But I was concerned when the spokesman of the Liberian National Police indicated that they were looking at this case. This was on, I believe, on Friday, as a homicide case, and I was very, very concerned that how as a lieutenant and in the police, how do you determine a homicide case? How do you determine whether a case is a homicide? Because I know homicide basically means that death caused by somebody else. But what do you need to make that determination? Can you determine that death is a homicide case just by looking at the dead body, or do you need a medical examination, medical professionals to tell you based on their own investigation and these examination that this case is a homicide case, and give you the information you need to proceed, determine whether or not it's a criminal homicide or not? How do you guys reach these conclusions?
So it's both of them. So there is a case where you will call for service or unit, respond to 123 Main Street, citizens call, two individuals have been shot. You get on the scene, you see somebody with their brain matter on the floor. The other one, his entire intestine is out because he got shot multiple times. That's homicide. It's obvious. That's an obvious homicide. And there are some instances where a person is dead, and initially you don't know the person was killed, but then through the autopsy, through the pathologist investigation and things like that, you realize, based on the substance in the person's system and things, you realize that this is just not a natural death anymore. Sounds like somebody killed this person, and we have to investigate or develop a suspect. So it's on both ends. Now, within the context of Mr. Jackson's situation, when the incident happened, not a lot of people were privileged to the images that came out later, the pictures and those graphic images that reflect somebody who has experienced multiple episodes of domestic violence. So everybody extended sympathy to Mr. Jackson, but you have to understand, every death is investigated. Every death is investigated, and medical professionals, I'm quite sure in Liberia, they have that responsibility too. They have a duty to report any suspicious activity, any suspicious observation they make. So in the case of Mrs. Jackson, the deceased, when they went to the hospital, based on what they observed on her body, the bruises, the low scarf and things like that, those are consistent with somebody who had been in a domestic situation where there's physical altercation and physical abuse. So based on that, they had to call. So now it went from a mere somebody falling off to suspicious death. It elevated to suspicious death because now you have to look and see, okay, what's happening here? Now we have to revisit the injury. What was the nature of the injury? This lady is coming with all these bruises, and then pictures started to come out. And LNP, not through that investigation, pictures started to come out, and then it went from just somebody dying as a result of falling to being a possible homicide based on the evidence that was presented to them. So that's how they called Mr. Jackson in, and he became a person of interest. As the case developed, they elevated, excuse me, they elevated him now to a suspect. And I think by tomorrow or so, he will likely be charged. He will likely be charged. What he's going to be charged with is an entirely different thing. We don't know, but that's how it developed. Things can go from 0 to 100 real quick based on what is available, and that's what happened here. We went from extending sympathy to Mr. Jackson to Mr. Jackson being a suspect in his wife's the wife death now being considered murder, and him being the primary suspect.
So just to clarify, so what you're basically saying, just to clarify real quick, what you're basically saying is the police on Friday will be within their right to say, given the information we receive, given the bruises, the lacerations, and things like that, this seems to be a suspicious death. Without medical examination whatsoever, they can determine that this is now a homicide case. But to determine whether it's a criminal or non-criminal homicide case, they need medical examination and autopsies, the cause of death, and things like that, right?
Not necessarily. So what I'm saying here is, so when you go to something, when we go to death investigation, we are making observations. We are observing what's going on. You remember that this lady, Mr. Jackson, took her to the hospital. It is the hospital that reported her to the police, not Mr. Jackson, because the hospital has a duty to report anything that's observed. So when she went there as a patient who fell, according to Mr. Jackson, based on the narrative. But when the hospital saw what was going on, they saw the injuries, saw all the bruises on her, it raised their antenna, and some of these people that were operating on were women. Knowing the history of domestic violence, knowing the signs of somebody who was abused, those things point to the fact that this is possible. There is more here. So we have to call the police. So when they call the police, I think I understand Mr. Jackson was about to take the body to the funeral home. The police said, no, you can't do that. Now we have to look at this case. So they observed it, and it raised suspicion. Now, when the suspicion came about, the pictures came about also, and then I'm quite sure they interviewed the people who were there with her, the nature of the injury, how she got injured, how deep was the injury, was it a laceration, was it a deep cut, was it like a sweat on her brain, what was it? Based on all of that, it got elevated now to suspicious death, as opposed to being just somebody accidental death, somebody falling and hitting her head. So it goes from, it's a step-by-step process, but it can elevate real fast. It can go from mere death to suspicious death to homicide. You understand me? So that's what happened now. In this case now, it has been elevated to homicide with Mr. Jackson being the primary suspect and somebody who's going to be charged, hopefully more likely by tomorrow, with the death of his wife. So it's a process, not an event.
Thank you. Sarah.
Yes, sir. Yeah, Mr. Johnson, I want to say thank you again for coming on the show. How
are you, my Sarah?
Yeah, not bad.
My Facebook friend.
The problem with Mr. Jackson case is kind of complicated right now, because the reason why I say it's complicated is most of the pictures that are coming out, that came out from the death of Miss Tony Jackson, may also rest in peace. There's a lot of controversy, and for me, I personally have a problem with those pictures coming out, because I feel it's going to compromise the case, and it has turned political. I think the Liberian National Police should have done everything possible to protect those pictures from coming out. But be it as it may, it's already out. So some are saying that those pictures were old pictures, and some are saying those pictures are new pictures. But right now the lady is dead. Do you think we're going to hold on to these pictures? I mean, these pictures can be the cause of death, or can contribute to the cause of death for this particular incident, or it could be just domestic violence that took place a long time ago and she just died recently because of something else. Do you think that that's another scenario that could happen?
So here is when these pictures will come into play. You have to understand that in cases, most of the cases in America, but meaning in Liberia, the evidence that I gather are not direct evidence. Like direct evidence, like somebody's captured on camera shooting this person, right. Or an eyewitness said, "Oh yeah, I saw him hit her in the head." We don't have that many direct evidence. Most of the evidence are circumstantial evidence. You have to be able to You have to be able to establish a theory and support your theory. So you have to understand that this case, there are two theories that will be in court. One is the LMP possibly will come up with a theory of domestic violence, that it was a domestic incident that occurred in a house that resulted in her injury and subsequent fatal injury. LMP will come with that. If that's the narrative LMP is coming with, then the history of domestic violence will come into play. Then the pictures will be used. The problem is those pictures being out there create problem for LMP case because it calls into question their evidentiary process and how well they collected this evidence. So that's something Mr. Jackson can use. Now, on the other end, Mr. Jackson is saying, you have to understand, we will have entertained the possibility that there was an intruder, somebody entered the house and inflicted that injury. But that is out of the window because Mr. Jackson said it's possible that because of her previous episodes of epilepsy episode, it could have been that she fell and hit her head, resulting in her injury. So that's his defense, and he has medical record to prove that. LMP on the other end will probably come up with a formula that says it's a domestic incident, and they will have to be able to defend that theory based on using evidence and based on the findings of the autopsy. So the injury of that victim will be a key point of contention. How the injury happened. So to go to your question, the pictures will be critical to establish a history of domestic violence and say it's as a result of the domestic incident that result of domestic violence happened that day that resulted in that injury that caused her death. And to prove domestic violence, you have to infer based on the history, based on the pictures available. You have to first authenticate the pictures and establish those pictures were taken during the time Mr. Jackson and the lady were together. And Mr. Jackson himself has to some extent said that domestic incidents occur in their home because you said couples can argue, and somebody was interviewing and said, when was the last time you had a domestic incident where he said 2 years ago? So he has established that there has been instances of domestic engagement, whether it got physical, it was just verbal. That's something that has to be proven by the prosecution. But as we list to the pictures, yes, the pictures will come in if LMP's theory is it was a domestic incident that went wrong.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Let me go to Mr. Seaton. Let's do one question each.
Yeah, thank you very much. I don't know, but I just want to establish this fact. When the incident happened, when the police went to the house, the corner of the house, initially, they left, and it was reported that the crime scene was swept clean. The entire house was swept clean. Do you think the police err in not protecting the crime scene?
Yes, to answer the question in the most direct form, yes, and that's a significant problem. We saw it in the Gloria Scott case, and that's one of the reasons why I don't think one of the reasons why the Supreme Court overturned the verdict in the Gloria Scott case was because they said they could not find the murder weapon, and there was DNA evidence that was discarded. The pathologist or whoever it is discovered a male DNA and just discarded a male DNA. But I don't think the weapon aspect will come into play in Samuel Jackson's case, because in the Gloria Scott case, the 4 people were on trial for murder. So the murder weapon was very important because we want to know what kind of murder weapon was used. I needed 4 people to be able to use it. But in this case, only 1 person. So the aspect of the Gloria Scott case, the Supreme Court decision when it comes to that, that's a problem. That is not going to be an issue. Now, to go to your question about the scene, yes, the police err significantly because no matter how much you reconstruct the scene, you cannot put it back in its original form. I will have to say this, right? I go back again. The injury the lady sustained will be the fighting ground for both parties. We have to determine whether that injury can be sustained as a result of somebody falling from epilepsy or it was a blunt force trauma injury. The fact that LMP went to the house, when you took EPS, ERU there, you respond to that scene at that point when LMP got involved based on the hospital. So LMP already had enough reasonable suspicion. They had enough reasonable suspicion. So you come into the house, you're not coming to negotiate with Mr. Jackson. You have reasonable suspicion to classify this death as a suspicious death. So when you responded to that house now, that house becomes a scene, a crime scene. So everybody who's there needs to get out. You don't necessarily need to have a warrant to put people out. You can be able to establish your scene, and then you want to go get a search warrant. If you want to have a search warrant, believing that search warrant will be better for you, you go and get it. But the fact that LMP went there, and I saw 106 going in there and coming out, and multiple people kept going in, going out, going in, going out, and the house, the room was wet clean, that's a problem. And this is where we always have problem with LMP when it comes to their handling of scenes, because the mistake you made on the scene can haunt you tomorrow in the court. And that's exactly what happened in the Gloria Scott case. And that's exactly what happened here in Samuel Jackson case. The crime scene was completely contaminated, because if you meet the scene in its original form, it will give you an idea. Okay, what happened? You look at the wall. Maybe she hit her head on this wall. She hit her head on this scene. What happened? Now you don't know what really happened. You are just going to speculate, because you don't have a scene to take pictures to be able to show the blood on his wall, the blood on his one. Somebody said that she had a bucket. There was a bucket in the room that is gone. Nothing is there. So the fact that the scene was wet clean is a problem, and that's because LMP refused to establish control of scene for each time they get there.
Thank you. Honorable Pewee.
Thank you. It seems to be. We should just give Mr. Johnson the time to just go on and on and on.
You enjoy it, right?
But yeah, you know. But Mr. Johnson, I listened to you just now. Mr. Gayman said we should limit us to one question. I agree, because of the way the show is tonight. I listened to you said it's a serious contamination of the crime scene by what unfolded. But I want to take you back a little bit to what we call in your era of criminal justice evidentiary materialism. And let's go up again. That was the case. We have, and you very brilliant to say circumstantial evidence matters a lot into these things sometimes. But we also want to consider the issue about scientific evidence. You, by any chance, as an expert in this business, also think that the police can make good news? I agree of the contamination due to what unfolded, but the police can make significant news of the scientific side of the evidence issue. Because I do. You agree to that?
Yeah. But finish your question. Maybe there's a
part. I will carry you back to that. Yeah, I agree that may be somehow contaminated, but again, the information is that the police got a lot of very good information, and when the hospital alerted the police, and then they got some very serious evidence from there also, and that of what they grew down to confirm that with the scientific side of the evidence. But my point to you here is that what approach, and you did mention a very excellent issue with the Garguah Mususka case, and I've been myself thinking about it, telling that I knew from the get-go that it was wrong the way they went about charging. But what would be your advice in terms of, because collecting the evidence, investigating, but one of the very important things from the police is also the charges to press. What do you think would be the appropriate charges that the prosecutor will navigate much easily to win? Instead of, because a lot of folks are now saying you are trying to surmise, as we are, that there may be potentially charges tomorrow. Right? Should it be murder? Should it be aggravated manslaughter? Should it be conspiracy to manslaughter? Or I will stop here and just let you to conclude the end the rest. That's the critical concern that I have.
So here is what I would say, right? When I was in community college, one of the things my constitutional law professor told me was intent can be established in a matter of seconds. Intent can be established over time. It can be established in a matter of seconds. What did he mean was, say, for example, if I come, I'm fighting somebody, and I try to free myself from that person, and boom, right there and there, I was like, no, I overpower this person. Maybe instead of freeing myself from this person, I just decided, you know what, screw it. I'm going to go in on this person today. So right there and there, I established the intent to do further damage to that person. So I've established intent right there. The reason I'm saying this is because even though intent can happen in a matter of seconds, you have to be able to establish intent in a very clear and independent way. When it comes to Liberia, And when it comes to given the fact that this is a domestic situation, unless you have concrete evidence, like take for example, if you can establish that the lady sustained the injury as a result of a domestic incident that happened prior to Mr. Jackson going to the studio. Because remember that Mr. Jackson said he went to the studio, left the house and went to the studio he left the house around 8:20 and went to the studio. And he came back around 10 o'clock while he was on the way. He called the cook for the cook to knock the door. And the cook apparently knocked the door and nobody answered. So the cook said she's probably sleeping. Mr. Jackson came home around 10:20 and he saw his wife in quote unquote a pool of blood. Now, if LMP can establish that a domestic incident occurred before Mr. Jackson left the house, which is entirely possible because when you have the level, the injury the lady has, the previous injury, the bruises and things like that, and the lady here who has dealt with domestic thing can attest to that. The injury, the bruises are very significant. So maybe this domestic incident has been happening over time that when this one happened this morning and she got injured, it is not far-fetched to think that I said, well, it's one of those situations she will be okay. Let me go to my radio station, she will be okay. Now, when he comes back now, she's in a worse state than he left her. It's not far-fetched. If LMP can establish that, then we can say that possibly you can say murder. But as an investigator, given the fact that this is a domestic situation, and most of the time, domestic incidents are more of heat of passion, I would say manslaughter or something a little below murder would be appropriate, because if you can, to prove murder is very difficult in Liberia. To prove first-degree murder is very difficult, not necessarily first-degree, to prove murder, period, because Liberia does not have the degrees of murder. It's murder, it's manslaughter, negligent, homicide, and things like that. So to prove murder is difficult. So to get conviction, you probably want to go to manslaughter, and if we can establish manslaughter, you can charge him also with conspiracy after the fact, a destruction of evidence, because if he knew that what he did and then he wept the scene, that means to say you were weapon it to destroy evidence. So you can tag along other charges. But I would say to keep it safe, unless you can establish intent, unless you can convincingly establish intent. Again, this case is not direct evidence. It's circumstantial evidence. If you can establish intent, you can go with murder. But if you can't, you got to go with manslaughter and tag along other charges that will be able to keep you in jail for a while.
Thank you. Tomalin.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Johnson. Let me just for full disclaimer: we have also tagged the Inspector General and all those part of this who involved with this case. I'm sure they are following the show. Let me just for disclaimer. But I go back to the previous question, because that's where people are. That's where the issue is really trying to find, because the police, I think, as you are aware, under the law, you have 72 hours to play with the client, with the suspect. Now they elevated him from personal interest to suspect on Saturday night, and I think the 72 hours window ends either tomorrow or tomorrow tonight or tomorrow morning. So definitely they have to charge, either if they find that they have enough evidence to charge him either tomorrow, either they're using a grand jury for the indictment they arrange before a judge. So, but the question is, because that's where people are saying that usually in our country, our government, the government, not mean the particular government, but government as a whole, past government, they have always lost murder cases because of the kind of charges that they put forward. These are important. This case will be a very important case that's been watched. So, I talked to a police source on last night, and they said that after they went to the crime scene, they saw they were wiped out. Then on Sunday, yesterday, they were doing what they call reconstruction. That's what they were doing yesterday, reconstruction of the crime scene. I know you guys know what is all about that, but that was what they were doing yesterday. And then today, the defense team of Mr. Jackson was saying, "Look, we requesting that you put a hold on the autopsy until we have the medical report, the death certificate, the death of the victim." But they were having tussle there, but I think the police went on to do the autopsy now. But so based on all of these things that I just said, can you tell us what you think will be the exact charge? Because if they overcharge, they may lose the case. So they have to be very mindful how they charge Mr. Jackson on Tuesday or tomorrow before they go before the judge. What do you think, based on what you know since Friday, what do you think will be the exact charge you look we should watch for charge of tomorrow?
So here is what I would say about that. When I was a detective in America, in Maryland, when you applying for a warrant, an arrest warrant for murder or for attempted murder, when you are applying for attempted murder, if the commissioner establishes that you have probable cause for attempted murder, which is higher than first degree assault, weapon charge, and all these things, if the commissioner gives you say you have probable cause for attempted murder, they will give you probable cause for first degree assault, weapon handgun violation, all the different things that below first degree attempted murder. So what happens now is the prosecution has a bargaining chip to bargain with. Okay, we'll drop the attempted murder charge and you plead guilty to weapon charge or something like that. They have bargaining chip. We plead guilty to the attempted murder and we drop all the other charges. They have bargaining chips. When it comes to Liberia, from what I understand, and I stand corrected, Liberia, you cannot charge a person with murder and then charge them with manslaughter and different. You have to go for one. So if I were them, based on the evidence I have, based on the history, you rather get a win than try to shoot for something higher. If from my conversation with police sources as well, like I said on my page, they have enough to charge homicide, some sort of homicide charge, whether it's negligent homicide or manslaughter or something. They have enough to charge. But we have to understand here that the level of proof needed for charge is probable cause. To convict is beyond a reasonable doubt, which is 95% above. With that said, and given my conversation with them, I've not had conversation with the whole day with anybody there, but given my conversation over the last time, I would rather go for something lower than murder than go for murder. That's how I would do. Because if you go for murder, you have to prove intent. And in this kind of situation, also, your best bet is to go for something lower than murder because it's a domestic situation. The heat of passion argument can help you get that conviction, as opposed to getting a murder conviction. But again, the LNP are strong. They say, don't trust the bamboo before you swallow bone. So if they're strong enough and believe that they have a strong case, strong circumstantial evidence case, they can go for murder. But for the fact that there is no crime scene now, the crime scene has been contaminated, I would say go for a lower charge than murder.
Thank you. Fanta.
Hello, Alfred. How are you doing?
How you doing, Fanta?
Good, thank you. Thank you so much for making time for us today. It's good to have you, especially in these matters. Your voice and expertise certainly helps to add a level of color that we all desperately need. So thank you.
Thank you.
I have a pregnant question. The first is, part A, is in this case where you have multiple countries involved, I believe Mr. Jackson is an American citizen, also a Liberian citizen. You have the victim, who is a South African national. I'm not sure if she has other nationalities as well. I know because the crime occurred in Liberia, the LNP has jurisdiction for investigation. But what type of influence does the other nationality, or will the other nationality have? In this case, primarily South Africa. Just being their citizens, do they have a significant amount of influence? As Mr. Gayman and others have clearly pointed out, murder cases in Liberia rarely gets prosecuted or gets convicted at the level of which they should due to lack of evidence or due to fumbling of evidence. What type of jurisdictions do the South African government have to oversee and ensure that LNP does not fumble this? And what type of diplomatic consequences could derive from this?
Well, I will avoid answering the foreign affairs question because I'm now foreign.
I'm not giving it to you. I'm giving it to you.
Yeah, I understand. I'm just messing with you. Yeah. So I think one of the influence of the South African embassy is being felt already, because they are fully. As a matter of fact, the chief of police on one of his interviews said he's in constant communication with the South African embassy. because that's their citizens. So their influence is being felt. Their case is being given a level of seriousness that is being given because of South African citizens and because the South African embassy is deeply involved in this. So that influence is being felt. Now, Mr. Jackson, from what I understand, is possibly an American citizen as well. The crime happens in Liberia. So I don't know the American government is going to come and say, well, we want our citizens to be prosecuted in America as opposed to Liberia because the justice system may not be well in Liberia. I don't think the American people will come for that. So the only people that are really going to influence this process in terms of ensuring that the process takes it work the way it's supposed to work is the South African government. But again, there is everywhere else, and there is Liberia. The Liberian government is already, LMP has already messed up the case from the beginning with the scene. They should have gone that scene from the beginning. They didn't go there. So everything got wept away. So whether South Africa influences or not, the only thing they will influence is to get the case to be prosecuted. But to say they can influence the verdict and things like that, I'm not sure. Because this is Liberia we're talking about. This is not somewhere else where there is a structure in place that you can count on. And not to this is Liberia, but the system in Liberia is so difficult to understand how people can consistently mess up crime scene. One of the most basic yet important things for you to do. And you've had so many instances. The most notable one was the Gloria Scott case. The reason why you see Gloria, we have not found somebody who killed that little girl yet is because the entire crime scene was contaminated. You couldn't find murder weapon, but you charged 4 people with murder. You had the woman consistent argument was a male intruder. You discover a male DNA on the girl's body, you discarded it. You could have easily explained away that male DNA because the doctor touched that girl. The 2 hospitals they went to, the doctor were there. The driver were there. The pastor was there. There's a lot of male were there. You can explain away the DNA, but you discarded that DNA. So you have these things happening over and over and again. So in as much as the South African have influence in terms of ensuring that a citizen gets justice, their influence is only to that point. When it comes to the actual work, how the work gets done, it's going to be done by the Liberian National Police. And given the level of lackadaisical approach we've had to some of these things, I don't know if LMP will be able to exercise due diligence as it should in these kind of cases that have serious diplomatic consequence.
Great. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for tuning in. We are reading your comments. At some point, let's say by 8 o'clock, if time permits, we will be taking some calls so we can get, this is a very serious. This case has so much implication. It's like an octopus. It has so many tentacles we got to address, and I know for the whole week, that's what we're going to be addressing. But Mr. Johnson talked to me about when I looked at when Sam Jackson went live, there were police officers with guns all over the place. What if they didn't secure the place? What was that all about? Is that a common procedure to have, to heavily armed police all over the place, and then later on we find out that they did absolutely nothing there. They didn't secure the place. They didn't quarantine the place. I mean, I don't know what was that all about.
So you see, this is part of the problem. When we speak and people say you've been critical of LMP, what the people that went there is the equivalent of a SWAT team going there. You didn't have an arrest warrant, you didn't have a search warrant, and you took a SWAT team to the house. So what were they going to do there? When you get on that scene as a police officer, they didn't do anything. Let's assume that you took them there because you said that Mr. Jackson was going to be violent. Are you telling me now you got so afraid of Mr. Jackson when you've established that the situation surrounding this girl there raises serious suspicion? So at that point now, Mr. Jackson becomes a person. At that point, Mr. Jackson was a person of interest. Are you trying to tell me that you were so afraid of Mr. Jackson that you could not use the manpower that you took there to be able to secure the scene? What was the essence of you going there then? That's the problem. So people will have problem with them going there like that. But if they had gone, they knew what was happening, and they should have gone there with the intent of securing that area to be able to make sure to get a warrant, to be able to conduct search, to be able to process the scene processing and things like that. The evidentiary process in cases is critical. The chain of custody, something we call the chain of custody. Let me tell you how critical it is. When we get on the scene, the money we get, if you recover money from a suspect, We are compelled to record the serial number. So if you have $1 million from a suspect, you will take one, but at 10,000 they will tell you, you will record each serial number for that money. So nobody can go and take that money and say, oh, I will put it back. That's how important things are. When it comes to the chain of custody, how did the pictures that were supposed to be in police custody end up on social media? Why did you go with all the ERU officer if you were not going to secure the scene, if the scene was not secure? That's a problem. I initially thought they went there, they had a search warrant or an arrest warrant to do something. They didn't have any of those things. So why you took that much officer if you didn't have that intention? Why? You just created this unnecessary spectacle. And now you come back down 1 or 2 days later, they come processing the scene has already been contaminated in ways that makes it difficult for you to even collect any valuable evidence.
Mr. Gayman, if I will.
Yes.
And we're going back.
Yeah, 1 minute. He asked for 20 seconds. Go ahead.
Okay, go ahead.
No. Yeah, go ahead.
No, Sylvester, go ahead, Sylvester, go ahead.
No, I was just trying to ask Mr. Johnson here that how did he come to react? Because I know you're speaking as expert, but if you form an opinion about criticizing the NNP, because you're a professional, you need to understand the society we come from, basically. The police didn't know this.
Alfred, don't say nothing bad about the government.
The police didn't know.
Come on now. Go ahead.
Let be order in this placement, please.
Yes, please. Go ahead.
It's kind of a unruly interruption. Is not correct.
Go ahead.
I think the appropriate thing to do is when first of all, everyone was extending sympathy to Mr. Jackson. Nobody thought that this thing was anything, and in a society where even if you were the police chief, I want to believe the first thing you were going to do at the time you would have placed a call to him. The whole thing was about placing call. They didn't know that. So when the police even arrived there, by the time they had already cleaned up the place. Immediately, Mr. Jackson took his wife, before he took his wife, according to the information from the police, to the hospital. They had already cleaned the place completely. Even before the police, when you're referring to them as Gestapo, all those things, the Nazi police group, but then the place were already clean, on a serious note. So I'm trying to say to you, Mr. Johnson, that we should understand the society we all originate from, right? You would have done the same if you're the police chief. I don't think it was a blunder on the part of the police for that to unfold. The crime scene was all cleaned up before Mr. Jackson would even take his wife. Look at this quickly. I was telling you, look at this, gentlemen. We all here. Mr. Jackson went to the police station. To the radio station. Mr. Jackson got his wife phone. Mr. Jackson is calling his cook to let his wife know to get his wife ready to go on a shopping spree. But Mr. Jackson locked the door. You see, so the whole thing, and even before the situation started.
Did he lock the door or she locked the door?
He locked the door. The cook, Mr. Jackson is the one that opened the door when he came from the radio station.
What did he open the door with?
Key.
No, they said the cook testified based on what we've heard from what we've been out there. He was asked for a spoon. So I believe the door was locked from within and not without.
No, it was not a spoon. And anyway, that would be another thing. I don't want to go into it because there will be investigation. But what I'm trying to establish for Mr. Johnson to understand, and I will end here on that, the issue that they immediately on the way to the hospital. Immediately on the way to the hospital, already set up. Nothing the police would have done, even the time they arrived, nothing they would have done. It was already the way it was. And what the police saying currently. He immediately did. And the reason why the thing changed, Mr. Johnson, as you said that, it was the hospital that elected the police. And before the hospital elected the police, the South African embassy to start putting more pressure. Then they started seeing those photos and other things. You saw in the sense that he ran on the rampage and other things. But I thought sometimes the police too, they're not as equipped as we want them to be. But this case, we cannot say they were reckless because he did it before even the mass set came about homicide. Everything about extending sympathy to him. Oh, sorry for your wife. The thought she fell in that,
Yeah,
but so, can I address that real quick, please?
No, but
go ahead.
Okay, go ahead.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, go ahead.
So I have to say one thing here, right? I've been speaking on Liberian National Police issues during Ellington, Jawia, and now Joseph Boakai. So my engagement with the Liberian National Police in terms of conversation has been consistent. Mr. Pewee, you live in America?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. All right. So One thing about the American society, how it has grown, is that they learn from things. The laws that you see today in place, where people now indigent have the can get lawyer, Miranda rights, the exclusionary rule, the most notable law through the 14th Amendment, the exclusionary rule, where the fruit of the personal tree doctrine, all those things came about as a result of people challenging the system and people learning from things. They learn from their experiences and build on it. LMP has a history of messing up the scenes.
Thank you.
You remember most notably, Patrick Sulu brought a dead body to a press conference.
That's right.
You remember that? Patrick Sulu brought a dead body to a press conference. The Liberian National Police went on the scene at Councilor Gloria Musu's house, and they allowed the councilor them back in the house. You understand me? You always learn from your mistakes. You always build on something. When you lose a case, when we lose a case, when we go for a raid, when I was in DB, when I have a search warrant, arrest warrant, or something like that, I call the SWAT guy to go and execute it. When we come up, we do something called debrief. We debrief. All right, this is where we went. This is what we did right. This is what we did wrong. Next time we're going to tighten it up here. We're going to do this one. We're going to do that one so that we cannot make the same mistake. My brother, we are not going to have a country of law on that. I'm not being critical of LMP because of Joseph Boakai. I've been critical of LMP from the beginning. I've praised LMP and I've been critical of them. I'm telling you right now, LMP was called to the hospital by the hospital. You understand me? They were called to the hospital. By the time they were going to Mr. Jackson's house, they had a suspicious death investigation. They were not going to Mr. Jackson's house for some regular investigation. They were going there now because now the investigation had turned from an accidental death to a suspicious death based on what was presented to them. So there is no way you expect them now I would expect them to go to that place without securing the scene. Because at that point, they have reasonable suspicion that some foul play occurred. So they were under obligation now to say, hey, we are here. Forget about let's assume that they did not know. In every death investigation, when you get on that scene, that house is your house. Everybody who come in that house, you restrict access, especially to the place of the person where you restrict access. That's what you do. So this is not to criticize LMP. This is something that has been happening on a consistent basis. And we keep telling LMP, hey, this is how you handle it. Do you know that last year, I went Liberia and I hosted 2 days of, Robert is right here. My organization, we hosted 2 days of crime scene training.
That's right.
About 200 people came. You know that LMP never show up?
That's right.
Do you know that? So, my brother, this is not a criticism of LMP. This is to tell you, say, hey, this is tiring. You guys are messing up Google cases. And you have to understand the government, even the fire investigator, the government has some strong circumstantial evidence cases, but it messes up because of the way the scene gets processed. The chain of custody is important. If the evidentiary process make or break your case, if you don't collect the evidence the way it's ought to be collected, Samuel Jackson has relatively a deep pocket. He's getting good lawyers. They will scrutinize this case. Every action by the Liberian National Police will be scrutinized. They cannot afford to make mistakes. And the first thing they did was that they allowed the scene to be contaminated. And let me say this also. I don't know where you got the information from, but I find it difficult to believe that Mr. Jackson had the time to wipe out the scene before taking his wife to the hospital. I find that difficult to believe.
Wow. So let me my time, sir. My time. They've been going around. I spoke first, then it went to you, then it went to everybody. Yeah, we gotta go back in order.
Robert want to secure your crime scene. Robert, secure your crime scene. Go ahead.
I gotta secure my time. Just because LMP failed to secure that crime scene, don't mean I shouldn't secure. But anyway, listen. I just want to piggyback on what Alfred said. By the way, Alfred has been not just critical of the LMP, he's been instrumental when it comes to, just giving his professional feedback and professional training and expertise in ways that he knows best. I think he's just recently returned from Liberia as well. But Sylvester, you remember when the spokesperson of the LMP came on this show? I was very shocked, Alfred, when he said, well, we are looking at this case from possibly homicide. This was on Friday. This was the same day that LNP visited the home, and we were debating whether or not the home was considered a crime scene because
So,
it couldn't have.
Robert, let me just interject. So, if you were looking at the case as a homicide on that day, that means you had enough.
Thank you.
To look
But
at the case. So, by that time now, you supposed that scene, nope, that place should have been secured.
Yes, and I mentioned that on Friday, and I was like, if they are looking at this case from a perspective, homicide case, then there's something that they know that we don't know outside of just the pictures and the other information that have been circulating on social media. So to buttress the point that you just made from a professional standpoint, I don't think you need to be a criminal. You need to be in the area of criminal law or whatever to know that from the inception that there were mistakes made. Because again, I mentioned on Friday, Sylvester, if LNP is looking at this case from a homicide perspective, and he even mentioned that Samuel Jackson was a flat risk. This was this was just a person of interest. And I continue to ask the question then, well, if he's a flat risk, then why are we not securing a crime scene? Why don't we have a crime scene? Because as of Friday, Samuel Jackson had freedom to his house. He could do anything he wanted to do at that house. And so there's nothing wrong with saying that LMP made some mistakes, and we're hoping that we can learn from these cases, because I think regardless of how we personally feel about Sam Jackson and Tunin, it's important for all of us to be on the same page as it relates to justice needs to prevail. And the evidences gathered, I think, will be a significant part of how we arrive at justice. But let me ask you this question. You said that hopefully, or there's a strong possibility that he could be charged tomorrow. I know that there are autopsy going on right now, and the lawyers of Samuel Jackson are pushing back. And I think someone asked a question about, being fearful of a premature charge. Let me ask you this question. All of what we have discussed here, and I want you to be very explicit on this. Could the cause of death change everything? Because I think the cause of death is significant to determine what might have happened, to determine or support the theory of LNP or the persecution in this case. Could the cause of death, because we could possibly get a cause of death that says this was for natural causes, that support the explanation of Samuel Jackson and his lawyers, right? They believe that he's innocent. It's difficult to believe that from the pictures we have seen or circulating on social media. But can you charge anyone when the cause of death points to something that does not explain a criminal homicide, for instance?
So the cause of death is very important. The cause of death is very important. Now the question then becomes what made that cause to happen? So in this case, more likely than not, the cause of death will be an injury to the head. More likely than not, the cause of death will be injury to the head. Now the question then becomes, who caused the injury? That would be the place of contention. Are you guys getting me?
Not explain a criminal homicide.
Huh?
Yes, go ahead. I think we just gotta mute ourselves if you're not talking. Yeah.
Yeah. So the cause of death will more likely than not be injury to the head. Now the question becomes, what caused that injury? What or who caused that injury? LNP on the one end will argue that Samuel Jackson was the one who caused that injury to this woman's head. Samuel Jackson on the other end, his team will argue that my wife had a history of seizure, and one of the seizure episodes may have caused her to injure her head, resulting in her death. So that could happen, but it's entirely possible. It's entirely possible for them to say, oh, maybe there was her system, she had substance in her system, she was so high on drugs or something like that made her to injure herself. It is not, I don't think it's going to be that case, but it's not out of the realm of possibility. Let me give you this example. When I started as a police officer, I was on FTO. Right down the street to TGI Friday, we went to a call for 7. This guy was on drugs. He was on PCP. I don't know if any of you know about PCP. He was on PCP. It's a drug that when you on, even if you shoot that person will still come to you. This man was sitting on the ground. This is something I'm telling you. This man was sitting on the ground with his hands behind him. And he took his head, his forehead. That man, I don't know how he did it. The forehead, he knocked it on the ground in a way that you can hear his skull crack because he was on drugs. If nobody's around and somebody can see that man, people will think that somebody hurt him, but he hurt himself. My point here is a lot of things are possible, but do I think they happen in this situation? No, I think that lady, the injury to her head caused her death. The question then becomes, who caused the injury? Who or what caused the injury? That's the point of the case. And the location of the injury, the circumstance of the injury, the nature of it, how it happened, what happened in Mr. Jackson, how Mr. Jackson's room looks like. Because it's one thing for you to fall down from your table to the ground. How high is his bed? Is the bed all the way to the ceiling that would make her to cut her head, that will result in death, that will lead her to have surgery? Is that possible? Did she knock her head when she was having the episode? Did she knock her head on the bathroom sink? There are so many questions that will have to be asked. But the fact remains, more likely than not, the cause of death will be the injury to her head.
I believe it is my time now to ask my question. From Robert as me.
Listen, guys.
Robert as me. Let me ask my question.
Mr. Clement is the moderator. Why don't you let Mr. Clement?
Listen, guys. Listen.
We in for my 2 class now.
Where my yellow card? I'm looking for the red, but I will let the red go for it. Let me welcome Dr. Peabody. Dr. Peabody, welcome to the show.
Good to see you, man. Good to see you. I mean, the moderator take control of your show, sir.
I'm looking for my red card. I can't find it. That's why. But ladies and gentlemen, tell me welcome for on the show. Thank you, Miss Gibson, my best friend, Miss Gibson. She's on here. I said nothing bad about ANC today, so you can get mad with me. But yes, I think where's Myean? Is Myean here?
Myean's in the back.
Okay, Myean, I was hoping we could open the line a little bit before we go off the air in Liberia. But yes, I'm coming to you after I leave. I think Fanta is next, then Mr. Seaton. So if Myean is there, we'll take a few calls. If not, then let me go to Fanta real quick. Fanta, your second question, then I go to Mr. Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. Gayman. You see, like the only person that actually follow law and order is often the ones that they like to point the finger at.
That's correct. Don't listen to
that. Alfred, I had one more question for you. I know the best time to resolve a homicide or a murder case, they often say, is within the first 48 hours. After that first 48 hours, the probability of convicting that case is, I wouldn't say nearly impossible, but is quite high. I believe I've seen some numbers at like 60 or like sometimes like 80%. Then of course for Africa, it could certainly be higher. In the case that we don't get a conviction here, or the victim doesn't get justice, what type of ramifications would we expect from, say, South Africa?
Well, Mr. Jackson, I mean, the thing about it's a matter of jurisdiction. I don't know what kind of treaty or what kind of diplomatic arrangement Liberia has with America, but the crime happened in Liberia. So maybe they can ban Mr. Jackson from going to that country. They can ban him from going there because he has some property there. They can ban him from going. The family can sue him for wrongful death lawsuit. The family can sue him for civilly for wrongful death, and then take his property. So they have options outside of the court. But as far as the criminal part is concerned, if he's tried and found not guilty, double jeopardy kicks in. Now he cannot be tried again for the same thing. It's almost like O.J. Simpson. You see, O.J. Simpson. Everybody feel O.J. Simpson did it, but he cannot be tried. He could not have been tried again for the same crime because he already been tried and found not guilty. So he could not have been tried. So unfortunately, the remedy is going to be more diplomatic, more civil for the family. The family can sue him civilly. But as far as the criminal aspect is concerned, that will be done and dusted.
Okay. Just really quickly, because I have to jump off to break here. It's quite interesting that we each are on here to provide our individual perspective, being very much Liberians invested in the interests of Liberia and the progressive nature of Liberia. Yet when we provide an opinion, you have people like Pewee or Seaton who's going to come down like and say, oh, that's un-Liberian, or why are you coming, or why are you criticizing a particular institution? You're not more Liberian than I am. I have every right to be critical of my country where my neighbor's string is buried. Very much so.
Denigrate every Liberian, including me?
You don't, Seaton?
Really?
Seaton, you don't get to tell me how to be Liberian. I am Liberian. You're not more Liberian more than I am. Let me remind you. You're probably even less Liberian than I am. My ancestry is linked to King Saboso Kamara. Just to remind you, your first king was King Saboso Kamara. That is my ancestry. You do not own Liberia more than I do. And I will end on that note. Good night.
Thank you.
Hunter, hello. Why you coming?
Let me welcome Jeremy. I like that new look.
My cybersecurity sister is on. How you doing, Stuart? You have to come next week.
You bring the fire. I love it. I love it.
I like that Foxy Brown kind of look. It's all right. Welcome, Jeremy.
Yes, been a while. That's somebody not trying me here, birthday. People that why you front your face for? You better smile, right?
Why you
coming? I told him to no laws and form, please.
Yeah, right.
Let's get back to the show.
Welcome to the show where you just come in. Let me go to Mr. Cedar. Ask your question, then tell me.
Well, thank you very much. Before I ask my question, let me just make this point.
Oh,
no Liberian is more Liberian than another Liberian.
No, the man saying things.
Let him talk.
No Liberian is more Liberian than another Liberian. But what some of us will not tolerate is for an individual to come here and denigrate the whole Republic of Liberia, including honest, hardworking, smart, capable other Liberians that live in and outside of Liberia. To put a blanket denigration on the entire country, that's not being nice. That's not fair. That's wrong. And if it is wrong, and we have to say it. I don't care how people feel. Mr. Johnson, my question to you.
Mr. Sita, real quick. Mr. Sita and Sarah and Tomalin, you're in the same room?
That's the background. Well, Mr. Johnson, in criminal investigation, when you are accused of a crime, you have the right to be silent because whatever you say can be used against you in the court of law.
Can and will be used against you in the court of law. It will be used.
Okay. Now, Mr. Jackson indicated that he went to a talk show and left his wife at home. He locked the door. Will the police be able to establish whether indeed Mr. Jackson really went on a talk show in Liberia?
Yeah, so yes, that he did. He did go on a talk show. He was on Clarence Jackson's show in the morning. I did see the video. But here is what's happening here. Speaking of the right to remain silent. One of the things people tell you in cases is to keep quiet. We have to understand this, that there are two kinds of statements or conversations that are protected or that give one, the questions from the police as it relates to a particular crime where they suspect you. They are under obligation to read you your Miranda rights, which is your Fifth Amendment right to remain silent and all those things. They are under obligation to do that. Then another protected conversation is the attorney-client privilege conversation with your lawyer is protected by attorney-client privilege. Outside of this conversation, every interview Mr. Jackson is giving, everything he's saying, those are not protected conversations. Those are, for the lack of better, spontaneous utterances. Those are things that he's giving on his own. What's happening now is Mr. Jackson is locking himself into a narrative. that he may not be able to get out of. I'm not saying he cannot, he may not be able to get out of. If I were him, I would have kept quiet from the very beginning. Because that way, if you don't say anything, you have a way of shaping the story when it comes to prosecution. But now he has put a lot of things out there. First of all, he provided a timeline. He said he left his house 8:20 and he got back 10:20. So he locked himself into that timeline. What you have to do now is the pathologist, whoever it can determine, is I wish they had somebody better. They can get the right expert because they can determine when the injury happened. If that injury shows before 8:20, that means to say Mr. Jackson, it was a domestic incident that happened, and Mr. Jackson, the injury was inflicted before he went to the studio, because he said 8:20. So if they can establish that the injury happened before 8:20, that's a problem for him.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Another issue is the fact that when between 8:20 and 10:20, did anybody see that lady alive? And when I say see her alive, I'm not saying you came to the door and she was standing behind the door and said, "Oh, I'm okay." Because remember, when Mr. Jackson came, he said when they came and discovered the lady, she was still alive. They did surgery on, so that means she was still alive. So that's not the kind of, because you can still be behind the door suffering from injury and still get voice to talk. I'm talking about, did anybody see her in person that she was alive? Like they look out, she was normal. If nobody did, that's a problem too. It enhances the prosecution case and their theory that a domestic incident happened before. I can assure you, if that incident happened in the States here, and Mr. Jackson locked himself into a timeline, they can be able to tell when that injury occurred. Based on the amount of blood that was shed, based on the amount of blood that was shed, they will be able to determine how long it took for that amount of blood to be on that floor. They can determine that. But in Liberia, we may not be able to have all the resources to do that. But if he was in a different place, he locked himself into a timeline. Another thing he did was somebody came and said, Mr. Jackson, he said, ask my ex-wife. I've never been in domestic situation. Then on the flip side, he said that when they asked him, he said the last domestic incident between him and his wife, the deceased wife, was 2 years ago. And he also said, couples fight. So he essentially admitted that they had domestic incident a couple of times in their relationship. So keeping quiet is very important. But Mr. Jackson has locked himself into a story. He has given prosecution a lot of things to work with. The problem is in Liberia, people don't see this as an opportunity to expand. What they can do now, conduct investigation and confront Mr. Jackson with the evidence you found and see what happens. But in Liberia, it's different. And it's unfortunate that it's like that, but it is what it is.
Excellent, excellent. Let me welcome the progressive Samuel Jackson, right hand man, your march together. Welcome to the show.
Thank you, Jerome. It's good to be with you guys. And apologies joining you late. A couple of things going on, but it's good to be with you. And let me join you in welcoming the law enforcement practitioner on set. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you. Thank you.
Tell me, you were just coming to take a crack at this one here. I'm standing up for my bastard brother.
Who? Mr. Jackson?
We gotta get the due process of the law.
Of course, I am standing up for him as well. Let the forensics find him guilty. That's my position.
Let's go through the process. Let's get a man his day in court. Yep. Okay. And before I go to you, my next question would be, not now, after her, would be, in the process of explanation of his anger, he used a word, he used a phrase, he said, look at that Sally boy. That Sally boy, we killed his father. We killed his father. We'll come back to that later and see where that will lead us. But tell me, go ahead.
Well, I didn't plan to come on, but I mean, the topic was very interesting. I mean, still is interesting. But before I go into it, we don't appreciate our professionals. And so I want to, I don't know Alfred, but I followed him for many years, even on Focus on Liberia, and he's been consistent with, professionalism and police, police conduct, whether in the US, in Liberia, the expectation and just raising the bar. So for people who don't know him and see him here today and think he's speaking tired, I don't know him, but I know him from social media. I follow him. So he's been consistent. He's not condemning the police. What people, once we don't, take side with
whether it be the government or whatever it is, that you anti-Liberia. No. When you're unprofessional, will say it. I have been saying it with my 101 knowledge of forensic, because I went to school. My first degree is in forensic studies. I studied over whatever the moment, even though I'm not practicing forensics. I left here, went to do security, but I'm not stupid. I didn't eat my school fee. With the way they handle the crime scene, the way they handle things, I have been saying it on my page, and some of them know all, keen there running and saying all of that. But the way the police were, in fact, Afro and others, one of the things that puzzled me, the so-called forensic guy, the first time they were on the scene, the second time, he went there and started asking somebody, "Oh, I forgot my gloves. Somebody got gloves here?" For the one-on-one knowledge that I know, when you go on the scene with you should in your forensic.
You said what?
He said, "I forgot my gloves. Anybody got gloves? Somebody can give me gloves here." I was blown away. I was just like, when you go in and see the forensic kid got everything. You got your gloves, you got everything in there. You ask for gloves on the crime scene. And we criticize these things, and people think that we're not because we're not Liberian, we're not more Liberian because we're being US, or we're supposed to empathize because a woman died. I'm a victim of domestic violence. I will not support domestic violence, but I'm not going to join everybody and be Mr. Jackson up because he got wild more on social media. Mr. Jackson, I crossed my side yesterday time. But until the forensic can prove that he is guilty, I say wait for the forensic. That my position is. Now to my question, I'm not talking plenty. So, I mean, said everything. But my question there today, we saw the police did our autopsy, and the defense said, short notice, you didn't tell us. We want the details of this person who's going to do all of this. So we don't trust the credibility of all of this. I do. I'm not any part of the case, but common sense and everything that I know, I don't trust the credibility from the way the police handle the case with everything else. Should the defense really trust the credibility of everything else? With them having they saying we're not part of it, you didn't see what you did. You didn't give us enough time. I mean, what are your thoughts on it?
So I think they can register their reservation, and then there will be processes. I think the lawyers will agree with those, the evidentiary hearing and different things. But you have to understand that the prosecution during the discovery process, there's a part in the case in this thing when they go to trial. Before then, we'll go to the discovery. They will have to produce every evidence they have. The prosecution will have to produce every evidence they have. And so that would be one of the things they will have to produce, the autopsy result. And you also understand, Mr. Jackson legal team has the ability to call for their own autopsy too.
Right.
They have the ability to call for their own autopsy. So it's going to be a battle of experts. One group arguing that this injury was as a result of epileptic fall. The next group will be arguing that this injury was inflicted by a blunt force trauma as a result of Mr. Jackson's action. So it will be a battle of the expert, but it is not unusual for them to express their reservation on what's happening. They're registering it so that tomorrow when they go to the court, they can say, hey, we made the point, and the court can, all those things can factor into it. But they not being there is really not a big issue because they also have the option of getting their own pathologist or whoever it is, they need to examine the body to be able to enhance their defense.
Can I ask you? That one.
Yeah,
everybody talking.
Let me ask my one.
Last one, I shut my mouth.
No. We don't want you to shut up. We're coming to you. Let's go to Peabody.
We have to leave at 9 o'clock.
Tell me, I wish you would ask your second question. I mean, I can't wait.
Thank you, Peabody.
I can't wait.
Go ahead. Today, Women's Day. Go ahead.
Women's Day, but you jumping over.
So my second question.
After that, please give it to Sarah Gayman before you come back to me.
Okay.
So my second question, I don't know how closely you've been following this case for A to Z, but something that's mind-boggling for me was the first time the police, whoever the man is, he came and said that I think it was the first day of the case, and he said that if Mr. Jackson know what's good for him, he needs to turn himself in. So for me, that was the first red flag that policeman briefing, whoever that policeman that was briefing us, the first thing. And then the IG said that time they haven't concluded the case, haven't done forensic today. He said that, well, we're going to, when the journalist asked him, he said that we're going to charge Mr. Jackson on Tuesday and take him to court. So in my mind, you've already determined that you're going to charge him, he's guilty, and you're going to send him to court without even looking at the forensics, without looking at all the details. You already formed an opinion. It's set already. I think, I don't know. It didn't settle well for me. Give me your thoughts on that.
I see where you're coming from. I did hear that too. You told me the interview with IGP at night.
Exactly.
Yeah. When he said that it's almost the equivalent of the fire investigation when the president said hooligans. So it's kind of prejudicial. You have to follow the evidence.
Right.
You have to follow the evidence. You have to allow yourself to be guided by the evidence. If the evidence tells you that Mr. Jackson is the suspect, you follow it. But as professionals, we have to be very careful with our utterances. We have to be careful what we say, because what we say can impact the case later. And that's one of the problems people have in Liberia. So I wouldn't have said that. That's not something I would have said. I would simply say we follow the evidence, and the evidence produced. If the evidence shows that Mr. Jackson is the one because we have probable cause to arrest him here. I do believe that LMP, based on the conversation I've had, I do believe that they have enough probable cause to charge him. Do they have enough for conviction? That I don't know. Because that case, I'm telling you this, the case will come down to the injury and how that injury got inflicted. That way it will come down to, and it depends on who experts can be able to defend themselves. But remember now, the defense does not have anything to prove. It is the prosecution that has to prove beyond reasonable doubt. All the defense has to do is sow seeds of doubt in the jury. That's what they have to do. But I wouldn't have said what the IG said. But again, there is everywhere else, and then there is Liberia.
Thank you very much. Let me go to Sarah. Go ahead. I know you're on fire.
Yeah, I've been saying that for a while now. Anyway, let's look at the side of the medical history of this lady, because there's a lot of theories out there. She felt domestic violence, and then some people say, oh, she has this medical history of alcohol withdrawal seizure, and her whole medical. Everything about her medical is out there. The drugs she takes, the medication she takes, and all of that. I was listening to Spoon, and you were explaining all of that. So, and then people are saying that because of the bruises on her skin, Mr. Jackson said she fell on the plane one time. They were going somewhere, and even in New York, she fell a lot. She has had a lot of, falls. And we know that for me, I take care of seizure patients too, because I know sometimes when they fall, they hurt themselves. So what do you think? Do you think these bruises can also be considered seizure bruises, or is consistent with domestic violence? If that is the case, how is it going to impact this case with regards to the defense or the prosecution, whichever way it is?
So in my experience, those bruises are consistent with somebody who has been involved in multiple domestic violence episodes as far as physical abuse is concerned. Those bruises are consistent. Can it be something else? Yes, but in my experience, those bruises are consistent with domestic violence episodes.
Okay.
How are they going to be used is based on what kind of theory will be presented. One of the things in case when you're looking at investigating, when you're looking at prosecution, the prosecution will have to create a story. You have to create a story and then sell that story to the jury. You sell that story to the jury based on evidence.
Mm-hmm.
So if the story that will be creating is that this was a domestic incident that went wrong, a physical domestic altercation that happened prior to Mr. Jackson going to the studio, and then when you think that it was one of the regular domestic episodes that happened before, and he came back now and realized, oh no, this was different. He tried to remedy the situation, but it was too late because the woman had lost a lot of blood, and when she went to the hospital, she was dead. If that was to be the narrative of the prosecution, then the pictures would come into place, because in order to enhance that narrative, outside of the forensic evidence, outside the people who I think she went through surgery on the tip there, because the scar you saw from one end to another, that's the surgery. I think that's that's the sewing after the surgery. So the person who did that, they will have to talk to them and what was the nature of the injury. And the pictures will come into play, because if you are making this thing about that it was a domestic incident that went wrong, then you have to establish a history of domestic violence. And in order to establish that history, those pictures will have to come in. That's where the picture will come in. But again, on the flip side, Mr. Jackson has a medical record of his wife in having seizure episodes, and there are a couple of people who have confirmed some of these episodes on planes and in other areas. So that could come into play too. So at the end of the day, the question that becomes, the injury that she sustained, is that injury as a result of a seizure episode, or as a result of a blunt force trauma, so of an injury of something Mr. Jackson hit her with, or hit her head on something that resulted in that injury? The location of the injury is very important, because it looks like it's in the center of the head. Can somebody flip over and knock that head on the ground? Those are questions we have to ask.
Wow. Let me go to Dr. Peabody. Finally, you got a shot in.
Yeah, patient dog. You know, I wait patiently.
Yes.
Yeah, Mr. Johnson, it's good to see you, and welcome to the Closing Acumen. Thank you for making it here. Let me ask you a question. I know I follow you when I was driving, and you said a lot of critical things, especially when it comes to the Liberia National Police, the investigation, the crime scene, and all of that. But let me ask you, what the police director was on our show some time ago. They don't have a crime lab in that country. Most times they send all their DNA or whatever, they send it to either Rwanda or other country. How can the police be effective in investigating such a case when they do not have a crime lab in the country?
So yeah, there are occasions when I was in patrol where I go up on a scene, a shooting scene. Maybe I don't have my evidence tag. I will look at check in my pocket, my little notebook. I would take the paper, fix it, I would put it down, put rock on it. That's my evidence marker. I'm creating my evidence marker. I'm improvising. Do they want to put it on it? Do my evidence marker. My point here is, I get it. LMP is resourced, is suffering from resources. I'm not going to lie to you. But there are certain things that still can be done. Scene preservation can still happen. You can't, we talk, I know what you're talking about, these forensic things where you have to go through this thing. Let's, even in the States here, when you watch some of these forensic, these shows and things like that, some of these little jurisdictions do not have the resources. So they will collect the DNA sample and send it to the FBI to process it. They will collect this one and send it to the university to process it. They have partnership with other people. So it's not unusual for law enforcement to have partnership with other people. The point here is, in order to that partnership to yield result, the scene has to be processed in the most effective way. Even pictures on the scene can tell you stories. You understand me? So simply because you don't have all this technology doesn't mean to say you cannot still process the scene. Now, LMP is going back to recreate the scene. You think if they are taking care of that scene from the beginning, you think we have had that issue of recreating the scene? The point is, at the end of the day, you may not have all the resources, but you have to work within what you have. You don't need technology to secure the scene. You want to tell me LMP not get money to get crime scene tape and just pass it around and put officers there to collect names for people going on that scene to be able to do a crime scene log? You don't need technology for that. You can write it in your book. You see the notepad here? That's some of the notepad that similar notepad that we can use when you go on the scene to investigate. So this is not a technology. This is paper and with pen. My point is, we have a responsibility to make do with what we have. At the end of the day, you still have to be a professional. You still have to process your scene in a more effective way. You cannot just say, because I don't know where to take it, so I don't care. That's why I made today the pathologist in the Glorious Car case discarded DNA because he didn't care about it, because there was nowhere to pull it. You can collect these things and go send it somewhere. Now, what I agree with you on is we may not have all the resources, the technology to do it. We can send it to people, but the officers themselves need to be giving those things to collect them. Train on DNA collection, train on evidence collection. They have to be trained on these things, and then we can take them to places and work with them. It is not unusual to cooperate with other agencies. You go Ghana, you get it done. Rwanda, you get it. It's not unusual until we get it. But it is that we should not make that as a reason why it is okay for officers to just allow anybody to come on a scene. Look at, let me give you an example, the Bucket Raw situation. You go in the process Bucket Raw Hall, but all the journalists running behind. Nothing against the media now. Nothing against the media. But at the end of the day, when you are on the scene, we have a place, stage for media staging. You don't have media going there with you. One of the most famous things, remember when they were processing Henry Costa's vehicle, where they said there was a gun in the car? Everybody and their mama were in that car checking. Oh, look at the 1G. Oh, look at the 1G. That's a crime scene you're processing. That should not happen. You can do basic thing to secure the scene. You don't need all the technology in the world to secure the scene. One last thing I would say before other people ask that question. One of the most critical part of investigation is human intelligence, human engagement. So you can have all the technology in this world. You still need one-on-one with people to talk to people. So at the end of the day, we can still work these cases. We can still work these things if we engage the people, if we talk to them, if we have good conversations with the suspect, with witnesses and things like that. In order to do that, you must be able to identify these people. To identify them, it comes with scene processing. We don't need all the technology in the world to process the scene.
Thank you. Mr. Victor Nagbe.
Yeah, thank you very much. Listen, Alfred, I could have probably just sat here listening to you all night. I'm just learning a lot. First of all, let me tell Telvi that I dislike or insinuation that only today we had a good topic that what she came on. Is she telling me all the time we've been here?
Thank you.
Victor, now I got to come to Telvi kid. Are you a crime scene investigator now?
You know that the human intelligence I'm using right now. So boy, Alfred, let me ask you this. I mean, you talk about the absence of, implements, technology, and all of that. But you're talking about the human intelligence. What do you think? And again, you talk about the recreation of the crime scene. They had to go back to recreate it. And that was probably based on the insistence of Serena Seaforth and others because they were on the scene for the second time. So now, without that done, how is it that this man's charge was elevated from a person of interest to a suspect, even before going back to recreate the crime scene? What was their reliance? What were they depending on?
Same thing.
So that they had to upgrade, the charge, because right now it seems to me they have enough reason now to upgrade his charge to a much higher charge. In your practice, how would you go from one step to the other? I mean, in the absence of what you're talking about, the crimes. I mean, we all saw the news media; they all over the place, like talking to Sam, all following him all over. And so yes, obviously they're disturbing the crime scene and all of that. I don't know if you spoke to that. If you have, then I'm sorry. I can move on to my next question.
So no, I think I have an idea of what you're saying. One of the things you have to understand when it comes to the scene processing is I'm trying to understand the question. Yeah, right. Like I said earlier, everyone knows that the level of proof needed to charge is not the same level of proof needed to convict. So when I was a detective, there are times you were the ASA, the assistant state attorney, when you charge somebody, then the assistant state attorney will call you in. We will set up something for a meeting, what we call felony screening. For a felony screening. So you take your case photo. Once you do your investigation and everything and you charge the person, now you take your case photo. You schedule your felony screening. When you're going for your felony screening, the ASA, the assistant state attorney, maybe if it's a homicide or something, want to see what you have. You understand me? What you have. Okay, to look at your case photo, see, okay, you have this. All right, you talk to this witness. You probably look at the statement from that witness that you took, the questions you asked. Then made a little note on the little note paper. All right, go back and answer this specific question. Go back ask this specific question, because there are elements to every crime. You have to satisfy the elements of a crime. Every crime has elements that have to be satisfied in order to get conviction. So they asking you to go ask these questions to be able to check to be able to satisfy certain elements. Or go to the other person, ask the question. Go back to the scene and process and see if you find this one. Go collect that video evidence from 7-Eleven that you said you could not get. Or go run around again. The metro bus that you saw passing, when they said there was a metro bus in the camera. Go to that metro company and see if their camera captured anything. So you're collecting everything. So it's not unusual for you to go back to scene and go there to collect new things, to find out new things. It's not unusual. We do that on a regular basis. So when you build your case, you have to win the case. To win the case, you have to get more evidence for conviction. The level of proof needed for conviction is not the same as the level of proof needed to charge. So when you charge somebody, you have to still build your case. So I think that's what LMP is doing. They're trying to build a case, or maybe they don't think they have enough yet to charge him, because if once they charge him, things start to roll. So they feel they just want to have everything in place to charge him and then go about prosecuting. So it's not unusual to do that. My problem with them is the way they handle the scene from the beginning makes it difficult for them to be able to have what they have. Can they still get conviction? Yeah, but it made their job much more difficult. That's the problem.
Got you.
Wow.
Well, thank you. I have a follow, right, Jerome? A second?
No. Everybody get one. Let me go to Pewee. Pewee, you've been there for a while.
I really don't have a question moving forward. Actually, it's just part of what, and again, as I said to Mr. Johnson, he said that information was not correct, but Mr. Jackson has stated this. And apart from the information we received from the police authority of people close to the investigation, that Mr. Jackson said he instructed his male to get folks in the house to clean the crime scene immediately when he was taking his wife to the hospital. That is
but Pewee, the two different things you're saying now. You said Mr. Jackson cleaned the scene before he left. My thing is, I don't think he had the presence of mind to clean that scene before he left. If you say he instructed his people to clean it when he took the lady to the hospital, that's fine. But I'm saying,
Mr. Johnson, when I meant clean the place, the crime scene was sort of be clean. When I meant clean, Mr. Jackson got like a couple of folks.
Maybe I misheard you, but I heard you. Maybe I misheard you, but I heard you say that he cleaned it before he left.
Yeah, when I said
he cleaned it before he left. That's what I heard. But if that's not what you said, forgive me. But I heard you say he cleaned it before he left. And that was my point of contention.
What I said, that the crime scene was cleaned before the police went. But, you know, this is kind of it's going to be both circumspective and that of forensic, kind of a gathering of evidence moving forward into this matter. And the reason why, and I asked the first question that I asked you, one of the reasons, my important aspect I'm going through to this case myself, doing my own personal research on it and see how it's going to go. But again, it's going to be, as you said, the prosecution is going to build a story in terms of how the prosecutorial technique and tactics is going to involve moving forward to the case. That is very possible. But the defense also, that don't have much to do, got some story. Mr. Jackson started building some alibi here. There's some potential alibi. And the fact that she came down before on the flight, there's a detailed medical story behind this whole thing, and that may also help them move forward. I hope, but if actually, and one good thing I know, again, I'm a believer, if actually he did this, there's something that's going to happen that God going to expose. God going to expose him. But if he didn't do it, the scenario. But I mean, just make this clear to certain folks on this platform, those are following. I have never supported the Liberian National Police on things that I would never supported this government. But you see, we're in a society that we believe whenever you speak towards what government is doing, is right or down, those are again think you to be that you're supporting. I'm not supporting the NP. And all of some of the things I'm saying these things to you in practice that myself trying to study and doing some own investigation and trying to, I got that reliable source myself to understand what is black from white. So if I got the what is black from white, it's just difficult for anyone to just change my mindset on certain issue as we move on. So that's one of the reasons. So somebody was just saying something else, and Sarah said, hey, Pewee can say, no, Sarah, I'm not supporting the police. No, I'm not.
No, it wasn't Sarah, it was Fanta.
No, Sarah said something, somebody said something. No,
oh,
okay. Pewee will say, no, I'm not actually supporting the police. I want to make this go forward. I'm not supporting the police. And so now we'll come on the show and maybe sometimes we'll reduce our frequency due to those kind, because we need to come on the show that we can understand and respect the view set of things. You know, we're just on the show. Before even Fata could leave the show, when she was hitting Mr. Sito and myself, you can come on the show and refer to me as uncouth. Listen, I'm reasonably educated. For someone to come and use the word uncouth on me, then I said, I want to believe Tevi and I've been on the show for some time now.
For a long time,
yeah. But who dare would come and tell Tevi that kind of thing? She said out of it. Do you understand the etymology of the word uncouth?
Sorry,
right?
That the movement.
I was not and Sarah, so now you behave insensitive to a lot of things, and then when other way that you want to push it, you listen to the word news on us collectively. So if we want to take it, then other people say, "Oh, y'all give chance." We can't create a show to make a show so.
But Pewee, we're on the platform. If we talk together, we're not understand each other.
I'm coming to that. So at the point I want to make, I will conclude.
Yeah, but that has been my position, though. I've been saying that.
I understand, but sometimes if we from the male's perspective say something like, "Okay, y'all will kind of score us," but from the other side, I think
guys, can we do that when it gets?
We have to.
Right. We can do that. Let you is here with us.
Utilize his time wisely. We pay these poor a lot of money for them to tell us what they're telling us.
Let people finish.
I'm speaking relative.
No, but what he's saying is not right for me because I never told him he's supposed to.
But by and large, for their case.
But can you take that behind the scene and now use the time?
It's not a case that anyone should come out and say that Liberian National Police have deployed a lot of resources in terms of personal resources and other resources to bear on this matter. For anyone to say what unfolded, because from the perspective of the time the crime unfolded to the time the police arrived there, the police didn't even get the information. They was tantamount to homicide. When they got the clue, before they tried to move in. So to come out, I think, and I want to believe you may have your own issue with the police moving forward, but sometimes we, as investigators and as professionals, so now you struck the balance in the way people will take you as professional moving forward instead of taking a side and blending that with feelings instead of coming to realistic professionalism. I thought some of the statements you made tonight, you do understand this sufficiently, but I think you do have a blended side, and that side is trying to dilute some of the very adequate work you ought to do. But the police, I thought, did a very good job from the beginning up to this present. This time, the police is not rushing with this matter. They're taking this systematically in terms of how they intend to move with this case. And that's why this time around, the County Antonio most rather county is engaged with the police as to how they should go about even the charging methodology and the evidentiary gathering issue. So, I mean, let's give the police some time in this. Moving forward, I want to believe that it's a very delicate case, and due to the complicated nature of this case, also we have to take some time, and that we will move to the. And you just said it just now, Mr. Johnson, that prosecution, defense just got, and that's absolutely correct. He said got one iota of doubt build defense case here. One iota of doubt will build the defense case. So that's the reason why they're doing what they're doing. One. Before they could even take the body to St. Moses, right? They have instructed St. Moses to not touch the body, nothing whatsoever relative to any embalming or whatsoever. The body should be refrigerated in the way that the forensic expert will have the time to come and perform their job, right? So, I mean, the police is actually on top of this, and that is some of the things that are unfolding. So, basically, I think it was a very good time interacting with you. You are a very knowledgeable gentleman, a Liberian citizen, coming to open up your mindset on this kind of a line. But I think we also have to, with the meager resources they have, you're in a society that got almost everything in law enforcement. We stay struggling, and it's just that's it. That's the fingers we have. All will not just be equal, right? In terms of our country, we have in other situations. But let me say thank you to you. Thank you.
Before you go to the phone. But first of all, let me say this, though. They first talking about the medical report of that lady. I'm sorry to say, what Spoon was spreading, they don't understand. That's discharge report they're talking about. That's not a medical report. That's a discharge people they're talking about. I mean, yes, people will get when we go to the hospital when we are discharged. They give you that document. That's why I see them spreading say medical report.
Yeah, but somebody the person here said the diagnosis is there. The diagnosis is there.
Yeah, but with that, that's a discharge form. That's not medical stuff.
Nobody diagnosis is a discharge paper that I want to treat her for. Somebody don't go there.
No. Let me move forward because I talked to a health professional who told me say don't you shouldn't even give it out.
That's only one visit that's circulating and the other visits now in other country and other places. But let's not discuss the medical business here now because
Mr. Johnson, my question is this, right? Okay, what I want to understand is this. The police took 2 persons from Mr. Jackson's house. I think the cook and somebody else were taken to the station. And I was told that one of them remained in detention and one was let go. So you are an investigator. I believe you know that when you guys take people into detention, you are asking questions from them. And then you said that based on interrogation of that witness it took, I believe that's why when it came on Saturday, they elevated it from personal interest to suspect. I believe it was due to the interrogation of that witness from the house. Because I'm also told that when Mr. Jackson got back to when he left the house, he placed a call and said, check on Tony. And the lady said, and the person said, I think it said perhaps she was asleep because they couldn't get her.
They couldn't get the door was locked. I mean, they said they couldn't nobody answer. Yeah.
And when he came in, they said, when he came back, they said he after Spoon and they don't use the key to open the door. That's everything that the police will handle that. But one thing I got from you tonight and talking to other people, definitely, I don't care what happened. He been in detention for 72 hours. He will definitely be charged tomorrow. That I know of. But like you said, he can be charged. But what are the charges will lead to conviction? That's another story. But that's where the police got to prove, because today I know the autopsy was done. The lawyers were saying that they want death certificate and before and cause of death before they do autopsy. They were having an argument there. But I believe definitely they will charge Mr. Jackson tomorrow. That I know, because after holding him 72 hours, detaining him, I'm sure you know, based on all the circumstances they got right now, they won't just let him go. So, but the problem will be whether when the charges will come up with before the grand jury will come up with whatever the case, whether it will lead to conviction. That I don't know. But my question is, knowing what you know right now, with all you have seen, all you have observed and noticed now, do you believe? I know I want to clear that he'll be charged tomorrow, but do you believe, based on the charges, because I'm sure from what I got from you tonight, the charges, including the contamination of the crime scene, the charges may be lesser, because if you want to convict someone, you don't go, especially when you have other discrepancies, you want to go in with a heavy charge, overcharge the person, and then you lose the case. But just before we leave from here tonight, tell the people watching the show, people following the show, people texting us here, I want to know whether you believe that the charges they may come up with may lead to conviction, or they will have reasonable doubt to prove that the crime was committed. Because autopsy report will definitely tell us whether her death was caused by somebody hitting her or caused a scar on her. But tell us, be honest with us here. I know you're very honest. I've been listening to you. I respect you a lot. But tell us, based on this case, if you are involved with this case, what will you lead to the judge, to the prosecution, in order to lead the conviction? What will you be pushing for?
Well, if I were involved in a case, I would be pushing for the injury. The injury would be the basis for injury. Would be the fee on which we will play, the injury or the victim's injury. It has to be studied. We have to understand what caused that injury. We have to be very, very, not necessarily 100%. We have to be extremely conclusive that this injury could not have been caused. The prosecution will have to prove that the injury could not have been caused by a seizure episode. They have to prove that. And you prove that by looking at the nature of the injury. First, you have to ask the whoever did the sewing or whatever it is. You got to ask them what was the nature of the injury. Was it a laceration? Was it a deep cut? Was it a swelling on the brain? How long the blood? That's another thing to Pewee talking about. The police did well, but guess what? The amount of blood that was on that ground, if they knew the amount of blood on that ground, you can you can call expert who can tell you that this amount of blood who have taken this number of time for you to be on the ground here. From this injury, this amount of blood, we can extrapolate and say it took 45 minutes or 50 minutes or 2 hours for this amount of blood to accumulate on the ground. That's why the crime scene processing was very important. You don't have that now to work with, but you have the injury to work with. You have to conclusively prove that the nature of the injury, where the injury is located. It is difficult to believe that somebody of her height, given the room she's in, is the Samuel Jackson bed, is it all the way to the ceiling or is it down? Those are things you have to look at. If you can prove that the injury that she sustained was not as a result of a seizure episode, but as a result of it was inflicted by somebody, then you have a conviction. So the injury will be the basis for everything. If you cannot prove it, if you leave room for doubt, if Samuel Jackson come with an expert who can say that the injury was as a result of the seizure episode, then they have enough reasonable doubt to not convict. But I think the injury, from what I've seen, in my honest opinion, the way I look at the injury, the location of the injury, the fact that it led to death, the fact that it was so serious that she lost a lot of blood and things like that, it is difficult for me to believe, based on what I know, it's difficult to believe that injury could have been inflicted by somebody experiencing, and that injury could have been inflicted as a result of seizure episode. Now, I could be wrong if I don't know I've not seen his room. I don't see the height of his bed. I don't see what does he have sharp objects? Does he have things that when you fall on, you can hit your head heavy? I've not seen it. But just going off of my gut feeling, that is difficult to believe that the injury was inflicted by falling. I think it was inflicted by somebody caused that injury. It was not just as a result of the falling. But again, you have to prove it based on your expert knowledge. And that's when you have to talk to the medical professional who treated her. You got to study it. You got to be able to prove conclusively that it is not possible for that injury to have been caused by epilepsy or by seizure. When you do that, you get your conviction.
Thank you. I think we will go to the phone, but I'll leave 4 or 5 calls if we can. I know it's kind of late in Liberia, but let me see who. Oh, Robert Garguah, you have been reserved. You've been such a nice guy. I gotta give you a gentleman, a scholar and a gentleman. Go ahead with some questions.
Thank you. I think it's important in these cases. I do have an appreciation for people with expert opinion, and Alfred is a good friend, whom I respect tremendously, and I'm enjoying his articulation of the issue based on his opinion. And I think in our country, I think it's important on these cases when these things happen. I think it's important to have the opinions of people who understand the technical aspect of it. There are things that they see that we don't see, and there are things that they see and understand that we don't understand. And this is the reason why on Friday, Mr. Jerome, if you go back to our discussion, I have few concerns on Friday because, like Sylvester said earlier, that the police did an amazing job from the inception of this, and to the inception of the crime scene. And my question again on Friday, which is what I'm going to ask today, and hopefully Alfred can expand on this, is when did the house become a crime scene? Because we still don't know if a crime has been committed.
Right.
As we speak right now, we don't know whether or not this is a criminal case or if this is a domestic violence case. And like you said, Alfred, if the police decide to proceed with a criminal case, then they will have to prove that domestic violence led to the death, right? I think it's complicated. But again, I think in our country, Mr. Jerome, as this case unfolds, And as investigation continues, I think it's important that we do not politicize this. And for those listening, I want us to say this. I've seen people express take different perspective on this case based on political alliances, and I think it's important. It's unfair for anyone to say Joseph Boakai, and I think it was very premature, very immature on Mr. Jackson's part to blame Gregory Coleman for what happened, because Gregory Coleman did not cause the death of his wife. Gregory Coleman did not cause the fall. Gregory Coleman had nothing to do with her being taken to the hospital, right? And so when these things happen, it's important for us to wait. And I continue to urge my friend and brothers in the government and outside of the government, wait. Let the professionals do their jobs. Wait. This is why I'm waiting. And I'm a very loud mouth. I talk, but I don't just talk. I wait for the facts. We've got to wait for the facts. This is why I asked Alfred. The cause of death could change every perspective that's been expressed so far. The cause of death could change every premature conclusions that have been reached so far. Until we know the cause of death, and until these facts come out, I think it's important for us to stop talking about the government interest in this case because Samuel Jackson does not support the government. I think it's wrong. You can't blame the government for this. The government and the police in these cases have obligations to exercise. They have obligations to carry it out, and they're doing these things professionally. So I will wait for the government to do their jobs, and based on the cause of death, then we can proceed. But Alfred, I will ask you this last question. You said that the government can proceed and make a more serious case with the injuries. And so here's my question to you. If this is a domestic violence case, and there have been pictures circulating on social media that show that some of these pictures were taken maybe a year ago, maybe a year and a half ago, maybe 2 years ago, how do you take that consistent with the argument that Samuel Jackson
Hey, Robert, you going up? I didn't hear you. Robert, you lost.
Can you hear me now? Am I back?
Yeah, you know.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. Based on the argument that they're going to make with this whole medical case, I think he mentioned that he got medical record from the U.S. in Atlanta and other places. And how do you take that domestic, even if it's a domestic violence case, right? How do you align that domestic violence did happen? But how can the prosecution, just from the pictures that we've seen, take that case and make an effective argument in court that says domestic violence was the cause of was what led to this? When medical record, when the defense can show that this woman has had episodes of seizure that could possibly have led to the bruises and laceration. How can you align this? Because domestic violence is one thing, but domestic violence necessarily can't be the reason why she died, right? So I think it's a complicated case, but just based off of your own experience, how does the state move forward with charges that they can't or may seem difficult to prove in court beyond a reasonable doubt?
So they can move forward if they like I say again, it's about who convinces the jury more on what caused the injury. I keep saying this. That injury is the basis for everything. Forget about the pictures. I don't know the statute of limitation on domestic violence, assault, and things like that. I don't know the statute of limitation on that. So the previous incident, forget about it. But the pictures are relevant to the narrative that will be presented by the prosecution, like I said earlier. The prosecution will have believe it or not, the prosecution is going with the domestic violence narrative. Whether you believe this or not, the prosecution is going with the domestic violence narrative. That this early in the morning, Mr. Samuel Jackson and his wife got into, like they always do, get into a domestic violence situation, resulted in her being injured, and Mr. Jackson left because he believed that the situation was one of those normal situations, but this time around it was different. When he came back, she was not okay, and she died. They have to prove that. They have
So
to
how do
prove
they
that.
prove that? How do they prove that? Because they weren't
With,
there. So they're emphatically saying
that's
that
what I'm
on Thursday, domestic violence incident did occur, right? If you can prove that domestic violence occurred a year ago or a month ago, right?
No,
If you
no,
can
no.
prove
We're
that.
not, Robert. The one that happened a year ago, we don't care about that. But what happened is the pictures now from the ones that happened a year ago establish a pattern.
Right.
So this case is going to be based on circumstantial evidence. There is no direct evidence to say Samuel Jackson was the one that punched her, but you can infer. That's what circumstantial evidence do. You can infer based on multiple factors. So you can infer based on the pictures, based on the fact that Mr. Jackson himself admitted that they've had some confusion in their marriage, in a way he has admitted that. You have pictures, and then if you can establish, I keep saying, if you can establish based on the expert testimony that the injury that was sustained could not have been sustained as a result of seizure episode, you will have a conviction.
That not beyond a reasonable doubt.
Thank you,
right?
You will get a conviction beyond a reasonable doubt if you can establish that the injury was inflicted by Mr. Jackson. Because note this now, Mr. Jackson got up in the morning, he went to work, he woke up with that woman. Mr. Jackson is the last person to see, from what I've gathered now, Mr. Jackson is the last person to see her alive in a normal state. He's the last person. Because when the guy went to the door, when the cook went to the door to knock on the door, when Mr. Jackson called, nobody opened the door.
Right.
So when they went to bed at night, when they woke up in the morning, Mr. Jackson was the person that saw her alive. He's the only person. So if the prosecution can establish that, oh, this incident happened before Mr. Jackson left, and he went, and because of the previous history of domestic violence, if they can have witnesses, have documented evidence to say there were previous instances of domestic violence, and that he took it to mean that, oh, this situation is going to be the same. Let me just go to my radio interview and come back. But this time around, he comes back, he realizes that this is different. How do you prove that? That's what I'm saying again, going back to Pewee, there were the evidence on the scene who have helped, the blood evidence. There are people who can tell you based on the amount of blood that was spilled, based on the injury, they can tell you how long it took for the amount of blood to come out. Then you can start establishing timeline when the injury, when she first sustained the injury. You can do that. So if the government of Liberia can do that based on the expert testimonies and all these things, they can get a conviction.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we've been here long enough. We asked Mr. Johnson for an hour and a half.
One question.
He's been here for over 2 hours.
Right,
Mr. Johnson, we appreciate you. The platform appreciates you.
I got one question. Yeah, what if I call? Nobody want to call. Let me ask
No. We wanted to call before then, but
he called?
Yeah, after 9.
Okay.
Because we got 10 people on here, the office, the callers. I mean, the office in Monrovia don't have a spot to make the call, but
okay.
We have called Mr. Johnson for an hour. He's been here over 2 hours.
No, we appreciate him.
We want to thank you. We want to appreciate you. Hopefully, you can come back when we get more information for you to come back and open this lecture class.
Right.
We can learn a lot more. I learned a lot today about the different things, and we want to appreciate
Maybe after the charges.
Yes.
Yeah.
If you can come out, hopefully, from what our boss man is saying here, maybe latest tomorrow, according to our constitution, he has to be charged tomorrow or let go. So we are sure he will be charged tomorrow. So if we're not doing it, we'll reach back to you to come and look at the charge sheet. Hopefully you can get the charge sheet, read it, go over it, digest it, and when you come out here, we all can open the line for questioning.
Thank you.
Your party comments.
I mean, it's always, I love to do that. As you can see, I'm passionate about this thing. I've been involved in it for a long time. I've been engaging since my first interview with then KMTV, with like some 10, 12 or so years ago. So I shouldn't say I'm not new to it, but I'm very passionate about the rule of law in Liberia. That's something I'm very, very passionate about. I want to see us do better. I'm not a perpetual critic of the Liberian National Police. One thing I've consistently praised the Liberian National Police on is that handle of protests. I've consistently said that I like the way they handle protests. They do what they need to do to control crowd. They have good crowd control and things like that. So I have praised them on so many things. The introduction of back patrol. I praise them on that. Their commitment to community policing. I praise them on that. I was equally critical of LMP, especially the chief, the way he handled the full-out situation. I felt that was wrong. He handled it wrong way. I felt the officers' use of force there was well within policy. Again, use of forces are not pretty. I felt the officer handled the situation well within policy. So I criticize. I'm very critical when I have to be, and I'm very praise-filled when I have to be. So I'm not going to. I'm not here to be this person who this perpetual critic of the Liberian National Police. Beyond that, we've been engaging the Liberian National Police, engaging other security sectors in Liberia. Like I said, last year, I went there. We did a 2-day training where we actually created crime scene. We take many cues and everything. We really did go in, brought materials from here. Everything showed them how to do it. So we're not just talking, we are committed to A2 in so many ways than one. So again, it's always an opportunity. Thank you for giving me the chance to be able to share my knowledge with the audience. I really appreciate it. And I'm humbled at the feedback. Thank you.
Mr. Johnson, quickly. I beg you quickly.
Thank you so much, Alfred. Thank you.
Before you go, right? I beg you. Okay, I just want to just yes or no. The day that Mr. Jackson, when the police went to his house, and when he said that we killed your father, if that officer had shot him, he would have been would have been a problem with the officer.
that officer would have been in the wrong.
Yes.
You are because the reason is very simple. I'm not going to sit here and tell you, right? If I don't have closure with my father's death, and somebody just come and tell me we kill your father, in that kind of situation, he will be charged, but you can understand why he would have done that.
Okay.
But one thing I want to say, and speaking, thank you, you brought that. One thing I want to say about that, because people have been asking me about that. That utterance alone is not enough to charge Mr. Jackson. Because you have to build your case. He can argue it was just in the spread of the moment. I know the kid. I know his father died. I just wanted to hurt him. He can argue that. But one thing you have to also understand is this: that kid and his family will forever. They don't need any more proof. Right. They will forever live this life knowing that Samuel Jackson admitted to killing them there.
Right. You talk too much, Dave, isn't it?
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Alfred. Good to see you, man. Thank you.
You can tune off now. Thank you very much. Excellent. Pewee, you and I have been here the longest, so I'll say your chance to close.
I'm tired. I'm okay.
Okay.
Who's best? Please, Carol, you get best. So take
no, I'm not best. I'm nothing to discuss again. Nothing.
Well, they're talking about closing.
Closing, so
let me close Mr. Gayman.
No, I said so. Nothing to
because somebody called me from my house looking like a mess in my kitchen.
Before you make a statement, I want us to just wish Tomalin a blessed happy birthday. The minimal years to come. Happy birthday.
Happy birthday, my man. We know you stop celebrating yet. Happy birthday.
Thank you.
My man, your birthday fall on Monday, so you ought to log. If it fall on a Friday, you all right. You got 3 days.
In the whole of Liberia celebrating with a man today holiday night.
But before I leave, let me say this. Thanks for the birthday, kind words on the birthday. But the issue about Guinea, right? I'm happy that President Garguah went to Guinea today, and from what I'm gathering, they might have had a successful meeting. I saw the President Mara Bio. Somebody please. President Mara Bio and the President Dumuya, whatever they call him, and President Garguah. But I know people are concerned that why Garguah will go there to go and the man were the aggressor and so forth. But I think the best thing to do is the way to handle it. You don't want to go into a confrontation with Guinea and all that noise come about is a problem. So at least with that handle is. And I was told that we should not forget our electricity. Guinea supply 10% of our electricity. So you can't if you make Guinea mad, they can cut it off for you.
Just like Cuba right now.
I think Garguah was smart. They say, look, I don't want to, but let me go there myself and talk behind the scene because if they cut us off, we're not depending on Aricos now. They will be shot. Don't forget.
That's news to me. I want to know when Guinea started doing that.
The Middle East is affecting Liberia too now. The Middle East is affecting Liberia.
Guinea been doing that for
last 2 more weeks. I hear that gas going to 12 right now. So if you last 2 more
they
weeks,
say your drink have you to now.
But anyway, I don't want to say that. But I'm happy the Guinea crisis at least for the three leaders today, I'm happy that at least tension will cool down, because we can't afford to go into a long battle with Guinea right now. We're ready for that one. Thank you.
You guys. Thank you. Let me go to Seaton. Go ahead.
Well, thank you very much.
Make your closing shot now, guys.
I thought we had a great show, but let me just say this. Every one of us that are on this show are well educated. We are well educated people. We will always have divergent views on issues. We will not always concord, but we have to discuss in a civil and respectful manner. I've observed there are certain individuals, when they come on the show, they try to denigrate other people.
All right, we're talking the back. We're talking the back.
Yeah, that is not how it's supposed to be. This is a show, it's an intellectual forum where we try to educate, inform, and entertain our people. This is not a place for us to come and bicker. I just want to say this, because there are some people think that because they have some kind of a master's degree and they don't know some of us who have 2, 3 of them, you understand, and they come here, they want to everything. That is not fair to other people.
And they don't know that some of us have none.
Yeah,
Okay.
And you know that some ain't got none, so give me
yeah, but so this is not a place for us to come and try to brag what we know, what we don't know. Is here for us to discuss, give our opinion on issues.
I'm just joking,
and then have this discussion in a peaceful and calm atmosphere. The information we provide is germane for our people in Liberia. We are trying to educate them so that come 2029, they will make better decisions and elect the right people that can move the country forward. This is not a place for us to always come and try to have all of this unnecessary bigotry. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Nagbe, I didn't want to comment on this, but Mr. Sito's statement said just now.
I thought you say
no. Yeah, I didn't have a comment on the. Listen now, and
I'm just joking.
I didn't have a comment on the case further, because you saw I didn't have a question again, because I didn't have a comment on the case further. But what Mr. Sito is saying is that when these things unfold we want to have a mature show. It's good to listen to Boom. Posted it there. Peabody is shouting, we'll discuss it in the back, and you will never discuss nothing in the back. And this is where the room, the opportunity for more things to come up.
These kind of things on the show.
If the man is trying to discuss it,
you saw what I wrote in the back. You saw what I wrote in our chat room. Nobody cutting off Mr. Sito. I don't stay against these kind of things.
Now, come to a point. It's been persistent for almost 2 weeks now. Nothing has been done.
Yeah, but your viewers don't need to be entertained by this. It's not fair to them.
No, but if the viewer can hear it, they should also be entertained.
No, but the viewers can help you. You need to go.
No, it's not about them helping. It's about them being in the north. There's not a secret room.
Okay, guys. Listen, this is part of the, I think Mr. Jackson talking about this is an intellectual forum, and we're here to entertain sometimes. So this is part of the entertainment. You know, is it work? Is it work with all they Jack and Dopoh? Victor Nagbe, go ahead with your closing.
Thank you very much again. Thanks to Mr. Johnson. I think he really did a lot of good for our listening audience today.
Mr. Nagbe came late, but he's the first to close.
The CFC people now.
Anyway,
Victor, go ahead. You can't win.
Now, my brother, I keep messing with you.
Victor, you can't win, so don't worry about it. Just keep talking.
I know. But Mr. Johnson, I think he did a lot of good today. I think a lot of people went away really, very, very relieved with some of the information he provided. I hope you'll come back again to help us, understand these things. And
he probably won't come. The way we argue more ourselves with guests, he probably won't come.
I know.
He will.
Thank God.
Eastern brother, I'll talk to him.
Thank God he's a Liberian. You know that how Liberian are. We
You know
love
us, how we lucky. We
yeah.
have less.
But I know you guys been here long, so I'll quickly. I disagree with Tomalin, and I hope he will come back. On his position on this government going to Guinea. I think you talked about it, but I'm just really blown away. The amount of money we spend on security. The amount of money we spend on security.
I'm telling you.
There is nobody at that border. Even as this crisis is going on, there's still nobody there. And how is it somebody will slap you outside and then you go in their house,
people there.
and then you go in their house to go and make peace with them? It doesn't make sense to me. I don't care how anybody explains it. Guinea aggressed Liberia, and I'm not saying we should be confrontational, but what we've done is we've undermined our standing in the region. Tomorrow, Ghana will do the same thing to us, and we'll go to Ghana and beg them. And Sierra Leone will do the same thing.
Yeah, because we don't have the manpower. So the best thing you do, you look for peace. If you don't have power to beat somebody, you look for peace with that person because he will beat you all the time. So
not in their house, Peabody. Not in their house. Not in their house.
Send to the border and attack them and see what happened. We only got 2,000.
I know, my brother. I am not talking about an eye for an eye, but I'm saying to you, I believe if you insisted that the meeting should take place, even in the Ivory Coast, I don't think Guinea are going to march across the border and come to Morocco and seize Boakai. I don't think so.
Well, I think for me, I think he did the right thing. I mean, take control.
Well, I disagree with you, and I disagree with Tomalin. I think this government. Look. There are things you are supposed to do as a government.
The CMC position on this one is they are wrong on arrival. The CMC is dead wrong on this one. I'm coming here on the CMC position on this thing about the going to Guinea. We have something called. We have had solidarity consistency with Guinea before. It have lasted long time, right? So for Sarah, hold on, man. Let me end on this. We're interacting here, please. For the CMC to come out with this position that it was wrong for us to go into Guinea, I don't see the way that it was wrong that we went into Guinea. It's about security solidarity. The two countries agreed, the three countries agreed that hey, we're meeting in Guinea. Did you see the communique that was drawn out of the meeting? That's a joint communique. There will be a reciprocation of these kind of meetings across the region. I don't think it improved that weak. No, it's what we call peace to strength. That's what we exhibited. We bring the shuttle diplomacy to peace, and eventually we'll have a.
I think the president did the right thing. Let
me just learn because the two of you see my space, and let me tell you, I disagree with you, Pewee. I disagree with you, Peabody. I disagree with Tomalin.
That's a personal view. That's a personal view.
This has nothing to do with CMC position. Look, we are a sovereign government. You understand me? This is my point I'm making. If Guinea aggressed Liberia, came across the border and stepped into Liberia, plant a flag in Liberia, yes, we can negotiate peace. But I don't think we should go to Conakry to negotiate with Guinea that aggressed Liberia and march into Liberia. What does that make us look like as a country? What does that make us look like? I'm not saying, we supposed to march across the border.
We even got a good light. They talking about what we look like. We should be looking at our own self. We even got good light that we're talking about what may look like. Huh? We in a sovereign nation.
Okay.
All right.
My question?
I mean, y'all really taking up my time, so let me move it back. But I disagree with you. I gotta make it very clear. I disagree with you. I think your posture that you're adapting will continue to undermine our national security. Nobody will come
When you're the power education. When you're the power education. When you're winning, let's say you're teaching.
But seriously, leader the chairman of security, what happened?
When you're the power you're teaching.
Look, I can bet you there are a lot of people right now who are agreeing with our position.
But listen, listen, they show here when I play whack-a-mole. That man said he was done. He hit Papa again. They don't Every time you knock them one head, the other one pop up. You knock the other
one. Probably we're not getting something from what I said first. So I have to introduce the K-square methodology in teaching. I was done on the topic.
Where's your walking thing? Where's it?
I said I was done on the topic. Not other issue. The CM system and the main brought out just.
No,
I
was making my position.
Okay, Pewee, you're gonna have your midnight. You're gonna have your midnight show.
I'm done. I won't go sleep. I'm done.
Okay. Sarah, go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, it was a great show. Mr. Johnson really, gave a lot of information from that different angles of this case. So we look forward to the LMP to see how they will proceed. At this moment, I want to say my sympathy to Tony's family. When I first heard about the death of Mr. Jackson's, it really got to me because, I mean, I kind of admire him bragging about this woman all the time on social media. And all of a sudden, she's dead. That was just really shocking to me. But again, like he said, we all have to give a chance that the law take its course, void of political, sentiments and stuff like. Even though it's all political right now, we all know that, but we just want to hold on and see how it will go. And also, brother, people, with all due respect to you, this platform, we all come here we have our own diverse views. I feel you're a little bit intolerant with a lot of things we discuss and you want to censor us, which is very wrong. We all have our own views. You have your view. Everybody else have their view. You can't come and tell somebody say they are wrong for saying this. No. You have your view. They have their view. That's how they see things. That's how you see things differently. So I think we should all be tolerant, as we proceed because
I have never told anybody wrong on what they say. I've never said that. Don't misinform anything in this place. What I rejected was somebody calling me uncouth. If you don't know the meaning of it, I would.
No. I'm not talking about the uncouth. I'm not even talking about the uncouth.
I don't challenge your opinion. I don't challenge your opinion. But you see, you always. I will never sanction your opinion.
You've been gone 3 times already.
I'm not talking about the uncouth.
Sarah want us to always praise that government. Not to know. No way. I am partisan here. I'm partisan for the Now politics. Now every day your party.
To do with pressing government.
No. Now your party team here. So you can hear you on pressing the government.
People what to do. You have your view. Other people have their view.
I don't sanction your view. I don't sanction your view.
Mr. Nagbe was just saying something. You were telling him it was just wrong for him to say that. You can't say that.
No, but we interacting.
Sarah, get closely and leave people alone.
We interact against a dialogue. It's a dialogue. You see that the CDC argument you won't bring now again. The whole thing.
That's not CDC argument. That's not CDC argument.
Go ahead. I'm tolerant. I'm very tolerant. But we interact.
You can't be telling people.
But people, let it more close now. Go ahead, Sarah.
Yeah, like I said, you can't be telling people what to say and what not to say. We all have our own views, and let us be free enough to express our views. Not for somebody to be sitting there and chunking our head. By the time we say something, say, "Oh no, that one is wrong." I think that's very wrong. And again, great show, guys. I enjoy the show. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Let me go to.
Don't make me laugh. I gotta go.
Okay, tell me. Go ahead.
I got my women meeting. I'm late for it already. Look,
okay,
on a serious note. Even though Tomalin got me looking like a hot mess, dragged me on this show in my worst state, but it was worth coming on. Yeah, it was worth coming. So good discussion. I've listened to, I don't even know his name, but I've listened on several platforms, and he's just enlightening. And I hope that we can have more of him when we have these kind of these discussions where everybody got the different views and what the thing it is, and if he's so strongly about what we get a subject matter expert to just come and speak to it. Before I go further, Pewee, on behalf of the Sharp Women Association, I say sorry, you get this. You get this.
Sharp and bright and brilliant women.
I know, so sorry. So we hope we can have it again. But good discussion. I mean, in our little ways, we will add value to the conversation, and you know, I was reading the comments, I was laughing. We're so built for this social media here that nothing can move us, but some of y'all we gotta address here. And so people say, oh, y'all know everything. Some of us, we don't know everything, but the thing we know, we'll talk. We'll not be shy about it. Because guess what? We got students who to justify it. When some of y'all are partying in a nightclub, we're going to school and we eat our school fee. And we're not ashamed to come and speak boldly about something that we know about. So I got my student loan for study forensic study. Nobody did my homework for me. I did it myself in Maryland, Stevie C University. I was trying to get a job with the Maryland Department State Office. They couldn't hire me because I asked them because I applied, whatever. They didn't hire me. So I went into technology. So you know,
hey, listen,
I went to, let me tell you.
Sarah,
I went to nursing school.
On CV?
I went to nursing school. I don't talk in nursing business because guess what? I only did I think few months of mental health, and so I don't talk in nursing business. I don't remember anything about it. Nothing about it. I don't remember. Few months I did it. So I don't talk in nursing. I don't talk in mental health, except for apparently 1 or 2 classes that I did in nursing school. I don't talk mental health. I don't remember it. So I don't talk except for the things that I know, I will talk. So you who don't like it, you who don't like it, your thing we know all, well, live with it. Because when if we get asked into the conversation, we will. It will not be unapologetic. We'll not be apologetic about it. At least me. If I can talk about it, I will talk about it. So y'all get used to tell me voice. That's what I gotta tell you.
Shelby will soon be doctor. She will soon be Dr.
Shelby, before you go, okay.
Yes, she's kind of. Let me introduce myself. Thank you, Tomalin, for me. Why you put a secret answer? Why you put a secret answer?
She will soon be doctor. She's working on her dissertation right now. So congratulations in advance, my dear.
We know everything. We know everything. What are you talking? If we know, we're talking. We're talking if we know it. We're not talking here for Google and AI. We know it, we're talking. If we know it, we're not talking. That's me. I know it, I will not talk it. If I know it, I will not talk it. If I know it, I will talk it. You like a boss. I feel you.
Wow.
Debbie, before you go, please check that link. I sent you about it.
Listen, Sarah, you're done. Don't come back over here again.
Oh, I talked to her about the link, my brother.
Only Percy Harris in the back.
Percy? We don't. There's nobody named Percy.
I'm at 10 o'clock. Great show, though.
Yeah, man, great show. Let's go. Dr. Peabody, you.
Robert Cook, look, I'm a great show tonight. And again, nobody is Liberian than the other person. Let's accept that. You know, so sometimes we just gotta be tolerant. You know, and I know people getting mad. But sometimes people gotta be tolerant.
Can we mute? Well, we're hearing someone. I think someone's on the radio. Someone talking.
Sometimes folks gotta be tolerant with others. You know, when this kind of conversation are going on. You know, I was disappointed when somebody said the other person is more Liberian than you, or you know, stuff like that. Those are not good things to do. But we'll talk about it. But great show, guys. Mr. Gayman, you got to get a rotten on this show and start spanking people when they're talking too much.
Oh, you see, we're talking about domestic violence. You see the mental. I can't do it.
Good night, guys.
Thank you. Robert Garguah, close her out.
Oh, Robert, close, yeah.
I mean, it's excellent show, great show. I think Alfred did a phenomenal job. He understands this is his area that we say in Liberia. We all have areas and our opinions are appreciated, but I think we have a higher appreciation for people who have not just started, but they have many years of practical experience in the area, and so they bring a whole different perspective to the discourse. So I would like to say thanks to him for coming on, and again, we look forward to the lawyers. I think the lawyers. I would love to hear an attorney perspective on both the defense and the prosecution of this case. And you know, but overall, I think what I'm waiting for the facts to come out. I would not speak on this issue. It's just unfortunate all over. You know, on one end, you see a man who lost his wife and he's grieving, and then in less than 20 hours, everything just switched to something else, right? To a potential murder case, where, you know, domestic violence, you know, is called into question. And domestic violence is something that we cannot take lightly. Domestic violence is something that we must all frown on. And domestic violence is something that we must all call for accountability for. And domestic violence should not lead to death. No one deserves to die because someone is unhinged and emotionally damaged, and don't know how to control themselves, and they decide to just put their hands on women. These are all things that I do not condone. And so we want justice for Tunin, but I will also say that Sam Jackson deserves due process. You know, every perpetrator is anyone who is a suspect or been charged with a crime is deemed innocent until proven guilty. And for me, I want to see the facts, Jerome. I think the facts will give me a better perspective on what actually happened, and my thought process on this case. But we'll see what happened tomorrow. If he's charged tomorrow, we'll see what kind of charges is leveled against him tomorrow, and hopefully, if he's charged, hopefully, by then we will know the cause of death, you know, and so forth and so on. But I thought the show was great, Jerome. Great moderation, and thank you for everything. I know we didn't spend much time on what's happening at the border, but I hopefully we can chime in tomorrow as well. But yeah, it is what it is.
Well, guys, people are still calling for our late night show. So those of you who have the time, there are a lot of folks who are saying they like the late night show. So those who have the time, after we leave, you can come back and give the people another hour or two for the late comers. The downside to that is when you do that, then they will not want to come to your regular show. They will wait until 12 o'clock at night, knock on your door, and let go talk. We don't want to talk midnight.
Yeah, we'll work on it, but for now.
Yeah, I'm done for tonight.
Not tonight. Not tonight.
Yeah,
I gotta go read my boy them book already.
Exactly.
Thank you, guys. We'll see you tomorrow. Let's do this tomorrow, same time, same place.
All
God
right.
bless.
Good night.
Right, good night.